I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm seek to fight is a world that's mine. Need a place to hide. Will you free my mind? Follow the light of a world that's blind. In your eyes I see there's a place for me.
Playoffs are on their way. We are here at NECC once again.
Wait, what do you mean layoffs are on the way?
I said playoffs, production.
I thought you said layoffs
because I don't
were on
know
the
when the sound starts. Well, I'm sure layoffs are starting too, but thankfully, the one solid good thing about school is that you can't get laid off. And with that, though, one team could get laid off out of the contention of playoffs today. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by CB once again. And if you're an NECC knower, that means the Team Ooey Gooey is back.
The Team Ooey Gooey is back together, baby. After so many weeks apart, we finally get to run it down together. For one night only, because I think it's going to be my last night here on NECC. But I'm still looking forward to it because it's a very important night. Yeah, I'm getting laid off. Actually, I mean, you and I are both getting promoted. Let's be honest. Like, okay, yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah, I did lay myself off. I handed in my resignation, and it's not. Anyway, yeah, you and I, Keg, we're getting promoted, and a couple other teams here are going to be getting promoted to the playoffs here. But unfortunately, I think both of our games, only one of the two teams can make it through. We're going to kick things off with a little bit of Division 5 action. Both of these teams sitting right around the middle of the pack. It's Hendrix College, white and gray, versus Oklahoma white.
Very interested in see what both of these teams can bring out. Of course, I have been a little bit absent when it comes to the NECC sphere, but because we have been able to see different areas of the Marvel Rivals Pro League, we have seen everything from the biggest of stars to the tiniest little morsels of macro and micro play to see what these teams can also pick up themselves. CB, what do we think about today?
Well, I think given that it's the Division 5, we tend to see a fair amount of counter picks. There's usually going to be like a Spider-Man or a Magic Specialist or some sort of off-meta hero that ends up getting just sniped out when it comes to the ban phase. And I think that's kind of all we can really expect. Other than that, it's going to be two teams fighting tooth and nail for all they're worth to try and get that spot into playoffs because it is the last week of the regular season, the last chance to come out ahead. And, I mean, you want to leave it all in the field either way. So I think... regardless of what we're going to see meta-wise, comp-wise, I think it'll start to get a little bit more like what you and I are used to seeing up towards the pro scene when we get to our later match for Div 2. But here in Div 5, it's kind of a free-for-all. These teams do what they're best at, and that is kick butt.
So you're saying that we're going to see Spider-Man?
We might, or he might be banned 6 times over. We'll have to see.
What's the percentage of us seeing Spider-Man in Div 5?
I would probably say it's like a 30% chance.
30% chance, you know what?
Yeah, it's a 30% chance. There's always gonna be a lot of people that are sticking to like the really strong heroes, like your Bucky, like your Hela, like your Phoenix. But there's always I feel like there's always one who plays something crazy and off meta in some of these lower divs, and it's like whether it's Magic or whether it's Spider-Man, whether it's even like Black Panther. I think the chances of seeing BP are pretty low, but there's a lot of Spidey players.
Yeah. I think we just checked on the patch notes right before we came onto the broadcast. I think the lowest pick rate in any of the ranks in all of Marvel Rivals is Human Torch.
Tracks.
Is there a chance, right?
I don't think I don't think even like so I think Human Torch like at his prime is kind of a high skill hero, and I think that, you know, if he's not strong, you're going to get checked by a lot of these hit scans. Like, part of the reason Torch is so weak is because Hela, Namor, Phoenix, they're all super, super strong, and they all just kind of stuff Human Torch into a nice hot locker and take his nice hot lunch money.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll take his nice hot lunch money. I'm just thinking that Namor is full of water, so he could extinguish Torch.
True. Do you think no one's tried that? Like, I'm pretty sure that has happened in, like, one of the Fantastic Four films. I don't think it happened in the newer one. Did we ever see Chris Evans as a Human Torch getting soaked in the original Fantastic Four film?
I'm sure that's everybody's dream come true.
Mine for sure, but
oh, I know, CB.
one thing that I don't see in my dreams, and in fact see in my nightmares, is Celestial Husk, and that's where these two teams are going to be kicking off this series with our randomly selected domination map. From here on out, if you're not familiar, it's going to be the losers choose the map, but there are no losers just yet, so we got to flip a coin, and we also got to get to the pick and ban phase. And another quick little shout out for those who might not be familiar, it's going to be the MRC ban phase, meaning all bans are universal.
Yeah, I mean, we've always been saying during our MRC run that we would see more mirror comps when it comes to MRC bans. Sometimes the case. Oftentimes, though, I've been pleasantly surprised that we do see more variety than I was expecting. That being said, though, CB, Moon Knight, the first to be banned, at this rank, not too surprising.
Yeah, not at all. Moon Knight is great for if you aren't particularly strong when it comes to aiming. A Bucky ban in response, I think, is also a bit interesting. It's like both teams kind of banning out strong counter dive elements and a Gambit protect. Okay, so if nothing else, these teams are privy to what is actually strong in the meta right now. It might just be, you know, different duelists at different ranks, but all across the board, everywhere you look, Gambit Ultimate is still a win condition. And what's worse is we're gonna get two of them because there's also a Loki protect on the other side. That's a hell of a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, that's wild to me. So we have Gambit, we have Loki. What are the chances now that we get to see Adam as a potential third strategist here in these lineups?
I think pretty slim.
Okay.
We're seeing like Mr. Fantastic bands coming out. I don't think these are particularly
You're right.
I don't think his teams are like going to be too hip to like the double res comp meta, especially on like Celestial Husk. You'll see like a lot of pro teams try to play it on Domination. It's really strong on Domination, but I think outside of that, most would only think to try it on Convoy or Central Park, and that's it. End of list.
Okay, Groot and Angela have been reserved by both teams now. So we did have some dive elements that were banned out with Rogue gone. The Punisher being in response to the anti-Groot. So for Oklahoma White, this is a central part of their entire defensive setup.
Yeah, and unless this last ban is Mantis, they do also get the team up there with the Groot and the Loki, so they can get a full team up with that and a Mantis. And I mean, like, what more do you need? It's gonna be a Magneto ban. That I think does. I mean, if you're not playing Gambit Loki, you're kind of already trolling, but it does open the door for Cloak and Dagger. I think more importantly, it also opens the door for Star-Lord to be played alongside that Gambit with that team up there. Not necessarily a team up, but a combo of ultimates that's about as good as any team up you can get.
Yeah, it's worth noting, too, that if you play the Gambit and Loki, which is a very strong combo, don't get me wrong.
You should.
Yeah, you should. Yes, I agree. But you're not going to have one of those very strong strategic ultimates as well. You don't have something that covers the site like a C&D ultimate, the Fate of Both Worlds. Eternal Bond won't be there, Invisible Boundary. But you do have the regeneration domain off of Loki, which could serve as a substitute, but it's just not as strong.
I hate to interrupt, but I need to draw attention to something that I think is immensely funny. The very first player in the lobby, Blind Joe, currently playing Daredevil. I like it. I like it sometimes when players cosplay as their mains.
Okay, Blind Joe. I like that name just in general. I feel like if I was like a really, really old man That's what I would want to be nicknamed by all the kids at like the corner store.
I
There's
don't
Blind Joe.
I don't think I would want to be. I don't think I would want to have a nickname by kids at the corner store, especially like Blind Joe.
Well,
There he
Blind
goes
Joe
again,
can
always
see.
tripping over stuff.
He's always holding those sticks. And he looks like the devil.
Well, it's gonna swap over onto Loki. Enough cosplay for him, which means we do actually get the Gambit Loki that we predicted. Both teams gonna run it. Something we didn't also talk about was Elsa Bloodstone and just how strong she is. And I was close. I remember when I said, you know, there's usually a Spider-Man or a Magic or a BP. We got Magic.
Okay. You know what? I will take that. And very early on, the Super Melee making its debut. That's Blind Joe. Didn't see it coming. The first to be KO'd.
We really gave no daylight between starting and hitting that didn't see it coming joke. I love it, but also no daylight between that and Oklahoma White getting the first cap here. And as you know, just off the back of one single pick off onto a backliner, you really can't go wrong with that. And now speaking of frontline, that's where Elsa is going to be feasting, just pumping in all the damage onto any Vanguard that dares step up to her, and even getting a fair bit of chunk damage off of those breathing bullets, taking down the enemy Phoenix, and it's just full total domination right now.
Yeah, quite literally. That was the main pinpoint gone. That was Burns on the Phoenix, now swapping over to the Namor. We did say that maybe the Namor could extinguish a human torch, but the likelihood of us seeing that very slim to absolute zero. But that also means the chances of Hendrix getting onto the site is seemingly close to the same, 33% now. And it is just a field day for Le Burger.
It's French for the burger. Gonna start seeing the Raging Royal Flushes coming out on both sides. We'll see who gets the better of this exchange. Agamotto doesn't quite catch on, gets caught there by this Carbon Crush. The Sonic Seduction on the other side, and Beanie is to Bean will be dealt with. There's a late duplicated Raging Royal Flush, I believe, coming out as well, but Invisible Boundaries abound. Gonna be keeping Hendrix College up and alive for now, and Burns can get this Gambit. That would be enough to secure the fight win, but Eggnog somehow ends up off the map.
Yeah, Megdog not long for this world. Not
I think
too
that was
sure
off the
what
Glortrox.
happened over there. That's gonna be very interesting for the Stagger now. You do have at least two others to rely on. It's good old Blind Joe and E-Race there on the wayside. Hendrix does confirm the site as well.
I think it was the Apex Predator from Le Burger that ended up getting that Stagger KO there onto Megnog, which is an opening for Oklahoma White to get the retake, but 68% is definitely nothing to scoff at, especially after basically one team fight where both teams were just kind of playing for their ultimates. They let it all rip, and sure, Hendrix come out ahead, but like nearly 70%. I think at that rate, you're pretty much considering this one fight territory if you can find the flip, and you're gonna have the Darkchild to be able to do it, as well as a Strangling Prison. Not necessarily the greatest of combos, but two strong ults in their own right.
Want to highlight that Regeneration Domain came out already. That could have been a time for Delman to bring out the Strangling Prison. No, nothing really to heal over it, unfortunately. Not quite the way Oklahoma's had wanted. The majority of the team had fallen. It's going to be up to Flamont now. Let's see if they can find the proper time to strike. Any moment now. Having to wait for the team to come back into the fray. All waiting for that stall. Maybe even CB the Strangling Prison.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good initiation. Like I said, it's not the greatest combo, but two ults that are very strong on their own, and this Darkchild is going to sow a lot of chaos in the backline, but they've already lost their Gambit, and the Carbon Crush is there. Good shutdown. It's going to be traded out, but two for the price of one looks so good right now for Hendrix.
Agamotto! Hello, descending from the skies. That's going to be a much better stun than the first time around we had seen. Even though they're being ping-ponged around all over the board, it's still going to create so much space. Oklahoma White, 68% was looking great, but they've been pushed back so far.
Still an opportunity as the
Raging
Royal
Royal
Flush comes out from Beanius Bean. That's a duplicated one. Sonic Seduction from EP to try and stuff it out, but I think I just heard another Royal Flush coming out on the other side, so both teams gambling with house money, but it's Play My Games that finds the first KO, and another Royal Flush. Sometimes you just gotta flush twice.
Yeah, sometimes you do, but the Horn of Proteus, it wants to fight back. Call a plumber. Are we going to see the whale come out? The answer is no. Holding on to it. A reclaim from Oklahoma White.
Yeah, we were focused on that Horn of Proteus and a little bit of will they, won't they action between Burns and the Horn, but
I ship it.
The rest, I ship it too, but I mean, we're going to have to wait for the payoff there. You know, maybe not until Season 2, or maybe not until we get past 90%, because 99% for Hendrix College and 84 and counting for Oklahoma, and managed to seize control. And like I said, we are in one fight territory here, and this Apex Predator, I think, might actually be the real ship that's about to sail. Especially now with Burns dead as well.
Burns is gone. Feels so bad for the Monstro. We won't see that anymore. It's going to be Le Burger shutting down everything. As soon as they push up, it's going to be the back line gone. The strategist not long for this world. Another one potentially gone as well. That's going to be Play My Games underway into the back realms. And that is Oklahoma White making a fantastic comeback.
Good turnaround initially from Hendricks, but Oklahoma able to get it back under control and win that fight off the back of that Apex Predator. But we talked a lot about that Horner Proteus that never came out because of that early pick. That does mean that it will be there to help combo with potentially the Sonic Seduction for the next fight, whether that was used or not. No, it was. Oh, okay. Well, we're kind of lacking on things to combo with. Maybe you combo it with the Rage and Roll Flush and just go for a Gambling Whale.
Okay. I'd be happy to do that.
It's something. It's not the best combo, but, you know, we already kind of used, like, the best things that we could have used with it.
You gotta work with what you got, you know?
Once this conflict has ended,
It's just a matter now of seeing. We do have Invisible Boundary early on. I could see a reality where maybe Meg and Blind Joe coordinate their ultimates. That'll be a good test to see what the comms look like for the team, too.
I was speaking.
I like what LeBurger is doing here right now, swapping over the Rocket for the Pax, knowing that you used your Apex Predator at the tail end of that last fight, so you don't have to really worry about ult charge. You have everybody get health packs and then make the swap over onto the Elsa. It's not every day you see a selfless duelist player like that. Most of them have main character syndrome, especially when they come to my ranked games. But I gotta give a shout out to LeBurger for that one. That was good team play.
Good team play, but they were also in the high 80s when it came to their ult charge off of that rocket. So the CYA, not going to be a kill to use anymore. Raging Royal Flush comes out. Blind Joe wasting absolutely no time. He's heading right on in, head first to see through the midst. What can he find? There's the Horn of Proteus, but no damage, no KOs. But it's going to be one in return, however, does eventually connect. And that's going to be at least one gone. The early gambit at the trade for Blind Joe himself. Was it a worthy sacrifice? I'd say so.
I mean, overall, it's a pretty good trade. I mean, even though the Horn of Proteus doesn't pick up any KOs, you're able to keep the magic on lockdown for at least a short period of time. But now a Royal Flush going to be coming out from Beaniest Bean, and you can maybe combo that with the Dark Child, and that should be an insta-give onto anybody that it strikes on top of. We'll see if that does come out. Indeed it does, and I have Agamotto just to try and slow it down, but the Carbon Crush is going to Play My Games down in the dirt.
Sonic Seduction, Invisible Boundary right on top. Hendricks College is bringing everything out. They have 27%. Whatever they can do to stall this forwards and bring things to P3. Erase still has Raging Royal Flush. Dark Child Weirdo not going to be available with the magic just yet. Clement is setting up, waiting, pushing in, getting one. Slice burns in half, and LeBurger's there not too far behind. This is going to be a good trade back and forth, however. Everyone on Hendricks has been dialed back.
But, I mean, going forward, I kind of like the way this looks for Oklahoma White because both teams are about to be coming up on Rage and Royal Flushes, and I think in that trade, you're definitely going to want to have that Sonic Seduction from Rainy Stay to help kind of slow things down and make sure that your team is the one that actually gets to capitalize on that damage. In fact, they're going to open up, or EP is going to open up, take down Delman, and as I say that, like, the tables just completely flip. Hendricks College, now this is their fight to win.
Taking down mid-seduction. Truly an unworthy way to go out. That being said, though, Apex Predator is available by LeBurger. This could be a way to flush things out now that Hendricks College is taking the site.
Be proud of what you did here.
Still holding on to the Royal Flushes and still holding on to all those aforementioned ultimates that should be coming into play here. Capu going to go ahead and pop the Rage and Royal Flush here, and Array's going to get a later and better one, and no Sonic Seduction to try and slow the tempo on either side just yet. Who is going to be able to find first blood in this exchange? Horn of Proteus coming out. That's a big whale.
That's a big whale, and Moby found so much. That's going to be a double for Birds and Meg right on top. The majority of Oklahoma White is now gone to the wayside. Your strategist lineup is essentially gone. Capu's barely holding the line themselves, but Rainstay and Delman, I don't even know where they're at anymore. Were they on the respawn barrier? 'Cause I don't see them around.
I mean, Delman was one of the unlucky souls to catch that whale face first, and now we're going to have a Rage and Royal Flush coming out from Oklahoma now that Ready Stay and Delman should be back on the front lines. But there's a lot of ults from Hendricks to be able to repel this onslaught here. Sonic Seduction, Invisible Boundary, Eye of Agamotto, they are unloading the coffers.
Oh, but you gotta let the devil out right on top. It's a beautiful
No, you
carry
don't.
to see. Invisible Boundary. No, and it was stopped in its tracks. But well, 3 out of 4 went off, and Blind Joe still gets one to go. Oh, the members of the backline of Oklahoma White, not long for this world. But LeBurger attempts to hold on, helps swing things back. A giant pendulum. It's overtime now, 99%. Play Mike game inches away from losing their life, but EP holds on. And Burns, the wayside also falls. A portal is out. Capu is back, goes for the sacrifice, no longer the gambit, and there's still plenty of time to get back on. What a reclaim from Oklahoma White.
And perfect timing from Clement being able to come in there with that Dark Child when nobody is looking and capitalize with all of those KOs, and not even just the KOs, but sowing the chaos so that LeBurger can come in and get a couple of big frags on the Elsa. That's exactly the kind of synergy you want to see from a front line here, and if that keeps up, Oklahoma should be looking to run this back to another 99-99, and they're able to win this one, they'll win the entire map here. Hendrix College have more than enough time to try and build up to a Royal Flush, potentially, or no, sorry, not two. They're off of the Loki, so only one, and that's gonna have to be good enough. Where is Capu going?
I think Capu's looking to swap back to another strategist. There's only one available, and Bean has just fallen. There was no strategist on the point whatsoever. And that being said, though, everyone's got to fend for themselves. EP's good for one. A Vanguard's gone. Capu running, skating no less, at the speed of sound itself, trying to get back to help the survivors in the middle of a battlefield that they themselves have created, and they could not find a way in.
Unfortunately, that was the wrong move there from Capu. In those situations like where you have to have someone make the strange GP to get the touch, someone else on the team has to step up and swap to any other strategist. Doesn't matter who, as long as you have healing on deck. And I think they realize that, and Capu goes back to try and make the swap, but then you're just pseudo down a man the whole time. Like, you're already, like, just begging for that 5v6. You're honestly better off just sticking around and charging the one strategist who is still there's ult charge, and hoping to be able to play off of that, but it just doesn't end up working out that way because of a little bit of miscommunication. It happens, you know, not everybody is going to be in the opportune moment to be able to make those swaps, so no finger pointing there, but overall, still pretty exciting. Two back-to-back 99-99s, and we go to the third sub-map here on Celestial Husk. Not a bad way to kick off the evening.
No, not at all. I've been very much enjoying how these two teams have played. A lot of team fights. Still, despite what we had seen from Cap before, there is a lot of coordination coming out from both of these teams that I've been impressed with.
Now that everybody is back on their two strategist compositions, and Beanie is being back on the Loki as well. Interesting that Hendrix College have chosen to forsake the double Rage and Royal Flush composition. I guess that means they have to keep a close eye on the enemy Loki just to make sure that Beanie Bean isn't getting access to that ultimate, or when they do have it, they're able to track them down and put that one to bed before it comes out to bite them.
Verticality is important here. Clement, unfortunately, couldn't climb the stairs. Not the place you want to be in, though, but LeBurger has the potential for a micro flank. Apex Predator set up and ready to go. I know it's not his name, but I like to call him Glip Glop, and he's certainly ready to Glip Glop all over the site.
Well, he will be doing no such thing today. Is
No
the Rage and
glipping,
Royal
no
Flush
glopping?
coming out from... Yeah, no glipping, no glopping, no
Oh,
nothing.
no!
Bro is walking back to the spawn, taking the scenic route, because that Rage and Royal Flush from Erase just won the fight handily for Hendrix College, and now this is kind of where I'm starting to get worried, because you used your one Royal Flush, and we know how strong it is as an ultimate. Oklahoma White are coming up on both of theirs, so this is going to be a long, long night for Hendrix College.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the ult cycling, like you mentioned, CB. Capu, 84%. Bean had just used theirs. LeBurger and Reigns, they still have very powerful ult, or at least in their arsenal for initiation, but it might not even be necessary. It's like a crescendo down all at once. It's everything, a flurry of colors. I feel so bad for our observer. Horde of Proteus comes out of nowhere, and Yagamoto denied completely, stuck down at 50%. Raging Royal Flush, will it get clogged? The answer is maybe. Through it all, Clement's trying to make it back, unleash the Dark Child all at the same time. But still, 53%, and just holds on as he race falls. Is that another? The entire back line?
And it looks like the Invis Woman is going to get out alive, at least for now, but now Clement is there, has the Dark Child, doesn't even need to pop it, as LeBurger and Delman are already wreaking havoc on the front line, and that's kind of precisely what I was worried about. Like, Hendrix College held out a lot longer against two Royal Flushes than I would have liked to think, but, and as much as I got to give them props for that, it was still inevitable that they were going to lose that point, and 65%, that's good. You would have liked to do better. You would have liked to be able to hold on a little bit longer, and you would have also liked to potentially drain this Dark Child that would have won the fight anyway, but now gets to carry over onto the next one, and that's just another headache.
Holding the elevated position, though, letting the Devil out could be a good idea for Blind Joe early if they don't fall right away. Down to half HP, Flam, behind the scenes, using environmental protection. Blind Joe, unfortunately, is gone now. It's just a matter of seeing how this whole cycling can play out. Agamotto is ready off the hands to play my game, looking to see if he's going to be the initiative tool to help Hendrix stay in the fray, but 42%, Oklahoma, they've been holding the line pretty dang well. Apex Predator, he's been clip-flopped! everywhere! And perfect use of LeBurger, completely controlling the back lines with Agamotto directly on top. Revenge run has been made. LeBurger has fallen. And Blind Joe tries to make the comeback. Still no Devil to be unleashed. He falls once more. It is a flurry of ultimates. And finally now Oklahoma, they are on the guise of taking on the overcoming amount of numbers.
Like it, Oklahoma should be able to win this fight handily here. Play My Game's going to be dealt with later on, and again, that's just the Raging Royal Flush is coming into play. It's just such an overwhelming torrent of damage that you can't really hope to live through it, especially if you're not willing to invest the Invisible Boundary. Megnog holds on to that, and perhaps that ends up being smart, as with Oklahoma double investing those Royal Flushes, now you're going to be able to get essentially a free Stratus ultimate, but letting the Devil out early on, I think just to draw a little bit of aggro, create some space and create some time for Play My Games to play this opportunist game and drop the portal straight into the back line, right into the waiting arms of said Invisible Boundary.
Oh, force out regen domain. Not a lot of healing tools now for Oklahoma State to work off of. Play My Games, portals out, shield on top, gives enough space for Hendrix College to take it back.
68% and counting to 99. We might get another 99 to 99, and what a way to kick off the evening if all three sub-maps went that way. And only ultimate I see online right now is Horner Proteus. Not anything to combo it with. You're going to be looking to Play My Games to maybe try and build up to an Eye of Agamotto. That's kind of your whole lot. There's that and maybe the Strangling Prison on the other side, but Horner Proteus from Burns just kind of lobbed in there. Gives Oklahoma White a little bit of pause, but now that that's off the field, it's total neutral until one of these Vanguards build up to something big. But here comes the Royal Flush to throw a spanner in the works.
Royal Flush. A miracle right now would have to be the Agamotto getting a perfect timing. It finds two. Okay, front and back line. You couldn't hope for much more better. And through it all, though, Oklahoma White, only one body was lost in the process. And I am seeing a battlefield, a memorial for Hendrix. This is not where you want to be. And as we hit overtime again, it's looking like this first map should go to Oklahoma White.
It's not going to be a strange TP this time around. There will be a race coming in trying to make the hero play, but it is all for naught as LeBurger reigns supreme with a triple KO in that last fight, and that's going to be Oklahoma White taking Celestial Husk. And three back-to-back-to-back 99 to 99s that go back and forth. And I mean, despite, you know, a little bit of misplays, some mistakes, and some hero plays coming out from both sides, it's pretty close, it's pretty competitive, and you're definitely getting the sense that both of these teams feel the gravitas of the situation, that their playoff hopes and their playoff dreams depend on playing well and getting the dub here today.
Look at the stat line now, and LeBurger, 16 final hits, 30 KOs overall, a really great early showcase. I think one big takeaway now that I'm thinking about it is that we had seen a lot of micro swaps come out from Hendrix College. We saw Blind Joe, Burns mostly sticking to the Namor after the early Phoenix KO, but still some micro swaps in between. Never once did we see Hendrix College go for an Elsa swap.
Which is also interesting, and I guess that's just a crutch that they don't feel like they need, but we did see Blind Joe, I think that is the key one to kind of look at, was swapping off of the Loki over onto the Daredevil. If I had to guess, what I think happened there was, I think he was feeling quite pressured from the enemy magic and wanted to swap to a dive hero that he was more comfortable with just to try and go dive for dive, and the rest of the team kind of playing around that, and a good adaptation coming out overall from the rest of the team. But I do still think that that was the fatal blow, though, was, you know, being forced to make that swap and the Loki of all people being the one to make that swap. As I've often said, I don't think Gambit is quite as strong as everyone says, but when there's two of them, you cannot win. Like, that is when it becomes an insurmountable obstacle. It goes from being a bit of a hill to climb to a straight up brick wall in your face that you will not be able to overcome unless you have a similar brick wall.
Hey, look, you don't need the sugar-coated CB. We've been friends for a long time. You can just say you're a Gambit hater.
I'm a Gambit lover. I love Gambit. He's just such like an unashamed wife guy. Like he just gets the puppy dog eyes whenever Rogue is around, and I relate to him in a lot of ways. So I think I like Gambit. I like him as a character. I like him. I like his kit. I think he's fun to play. I am fully aware with just how strong he is in the meta, but I don't think he's Thanos. All right, people always like to paint him as this like unkillable god. He is fallible. There are some holes in his game. If you can best him outside of that ultimate, he is beatable. There are also some ultimates that while maybe not as strong, can be used similarly and to great effect. I think, Mantis triple strategist comps can beat a Gambit comp. The problem is Loki. The problem is just Loki, because when you have two Gambit ultimates, that neutral between the ultimate, it just goes away. There is no fight where there is not a Raging Royal Flush online, so you can't really plan around it effectively. Not to mention the ult charge buff that everybody gets when they get the Raging Royal Flush. It's part of the reason why the neutral game is just completely evaporated. So you have to either target the Loki or be willing to mirror it throughout.
Okay. So going back to that first map, would you say that both teams had played their Gambit well?
I think so. Yeah, I think both teams definitely played their Gambit quite well, but one of them had two of them and the other didn't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm curious to see going to this next matchup if we're going to have more targeted strat bans for the back line. We saw mostly dive bans come through after the beginning. We saw the reserve on the Gambit and the Loki on each team respectively. But Angela was reserved, I believe, on Hendrix's side, and then not Celestial Husk, Oklahoma White had banned out the Rogue. So I feel like the pendulum will tip one way or another, but I'm not really sure where we want to end up when it comes to the damage camp.
But I do know where we are going to end up as it pertains to the map, and that is
you
Central
know.
Park. Yeah, we're going to Central Park. We're going to
Okay.
everybody's favorite convergence map. An often first picked one here in NECC, and this is where I think it's going to kind of tell the story of the way that the pendulum will swing. Especially once we get through these picks and bans, because Bucky ban right out the gate from Oklahoma, that tracks. We did see a lot of counter dive play. The Moon Knight coming out as well. When you have a Magic and a Daredevil specialist on either side of the field, you want to try and get rid of some of these anti-dive heroes. But one thing I called out that we would have liked to get rid of that we will not be able to is the Loki. That's the trade-off. When you try to ban for what you want to play, you have to be willing to swallow an entirely different pill.
Okay, well, speaking of a different pill, this is the first major change we've seen from the MRC bans from Game 1 to Game 2. Rogue not being banned anymore. I think that was Oklahoma White side, now a reserve.
I believe it was actually Hendrix that banned it. I don't
Perhaps
actually
the sides
remember.
have been swapped.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think the sides have been swapped, but I'm trying to remember. There was a Rogue ban previously, and it would make sense that it was Oklahoma White. They're supposed to be swapped?
Okay, so we got confirmation that it swapped. Oh, there we go, perfect.
Oh, okay.
So this is beat for beat what we had seen before. It's the Mr. Fantastic ban. The Rogue Reserve is different. The Daredevil
But no
ban
Gambit
is
Protect.
Different. That's true.
Unless this one ends up being the Gambit, in which case, we may have fumbled the bag by going for the Daredevil ban instead of letting the Gambit come through, but
I think it was. Now I'm not sure which sides were the bans on.
Yeah,
left side was Gambit.
All right, Invis Woman Protect coming out from the team on the right side, which we know is currently Hendrix. Was it before? Who knows? I forgot
this
already.
Is a dementia test, and we're failing.
I mean, they're pulling millions out of Alzheimer's research. I'm kind of getting up there in age. I don't think it runs in my family, but maybe it walks or crawls.
We are 1 billion years in esports years.
That's honestly true. We are Unc and Auntie status over here.
Oh,
Magneto
man.
ban coming out from Hendrix, and I think that makes sense. I think indeed they were flipped. The Magneto ban again kind of lends credence to that Star-Lord theory. I like Oklahoma's measure temperament there, being the ones to reach for that Gambit ban. They've already got the Loki. They're like, we don't want to double dip again. We don't need to play that whole mess again. Especially with the Rogue on the field, you don't want to give up that team up to a team that has already shown they like to play these sort of dive heroes. You've got the Daredevil from Blind Joe that you've already banned out. What else is in the back pocket? Is there an Iron Fist? Is there something else that might pair well with a Rogue? Maybe you don't want to deal with all that damage coming through with the Rogue if you also got to deal with whatever comes next.
I think it's interesting to know too, Clement doesn't have to deal with the Namor right now. Well, or at least they were aware about the Namor halfway through game number 1. They were the Magic. They've swapped over to Mantis this time. So applying the triple strat roll here, having that damage boost onto what I can only assume will be Le Burger. That'll be nasty.
Yeah, they got the full team up with Le Burger, who, I mean, let's be honest, Elsa is among the last heroes that needs any sort of damage boost, but how about a nice 12% boost to your damage and therefore to your ult charge as well? I'm sure Hendrix will be kicking themselves once they see this pick and ban phase, but they've also made some interesting swaps as well. going with an Invis and a Cloak and Dagger backline. That's great for space making, and then Hella Namor for the team ups as well. A lot of different options here. The question mark for me is going to be Eepy on this Angela. What value are you going to be able to find on the one hero that seems to kind of deviate from this formation?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You're going to have to disrupt the back line, but usually finding isolations attacking on First Point Central Park is certainly not easy. But if there's anyone that can do it, certainly Eepy. Want to see how that plays out. Like you mentioned, there is also going to be the team up between Namor and Hella here. That has a lot of good ghost squids depending on the KO values. But again, you're a distraction factor when it comes to Eepy's side. Diving in, getting one player, bringing them into the piranhas of your own team. Does not find a KO, but does break the space a tiny bit.
I do like that strategy, though. If you keep going for those plays, then frontline is never going to be able to sit comfortably. And there's not really any good tools to be able to keep her in check, save for the sleep coming out from Clement. But as long as that doesn't land, if you're able to dodge that cooldown, you can just keep taking this route for a ride.
See, though, with LeBurger, a potential damage boost could bring out here. Still holding the line here, farming up for Apex Predator very early on. Does find almost one right away. It's going to be the Doctor Strange play my game. He's been very aggro with his shields, still gets out of dodge.
Now as the ults start to come online, Goddess of Death online for Burns, and Burns wants to go straight for it. EP has already fallen though, courtesy of Beaniest Bean. A late invisible boundary coming out from Kapu is not going to be able to save the Namor, but it will be enough at least for the time being.
Millimeters away from the regen domain too. That's just truly unlucky. Bean's gonna go for the Eternal Bond mirror matchup though, up against the enemy team. That's gonna work out well, at least early on. Horn of Proteus gets negated in the process, but Agamotto with the timing most certainly does not. Invisible boundary directly on top ensures what should be a pretty flawless run, but no! It's so much damage and heals all at once. Everything goes away. Apex Predator is out. Everybody on the enemy team, the attackers are flushed out.
I mean, at the very least, you were able to break the Glartrox and free the team from the shackles of that CC, and they still ended up getting pushed off the point at the end there, and no ticks given completely. Regen domain, Blind Joe is going to fall, and Oklahoma White digging their heels back in here and repelling Hendrix College once again, and late stagger onto Play My Games as well. It's starting to look kind of rough here for Hendrix, and as the staggers continue to mount one by one, stacked like bodies, it's just not what you want to see with only a minute 30 left in the time bank.
Important note, game one, we saw a Punisher ban. Now Blind Joe, recognizing Delman's rocking the group, wants to bring out Punisher to get rid of those walls quickly.
Gotta be a little bit quicker than that, unfortunately, as those walls are still having an impact, and it's what's behind the walls that I think you have to be more worried about as well, and that is LeBurger on this Elsa, who is, like we mentioned, nearly constantly being damage boosted there by Clam, and there's just so much frontline pressure that sure, it doesn't matter whether you're on the Angela, the Emma, whatever you want to do to the enemy frontline, yours is just going to get melted down.
Well, there's one solution. That's going to be damage boost and Song Inferno going straight in. Invisible boundary, impeccably timed. Great job from Oklahoma White. But in the process, there is a psionic seduction, and I don't know what impact it's found, but slowly, and I mean slowly but surely, there is inches getting into the initial point, but not a single tick has gone down. It's been 40 seconds. There's going to be another invisible boundary from Bean's side. LeBurger, Apex Predator directly on top. Just find a triple! Okay, I'll take the triple to go along with it with extra cheese, but the Agamotto is not an appetizer that I was looking forward to. What's Delman doing? He's going around. He's gonna drop down and find the strangling prison? No, there's only one player there. It's not worth.
Well, there is still a Doctor Strange hovering high above the point, about to drop back down. And there's also a Mantis in our backline. Hello, hi, Blind Joe. Don't know if this is where you want to be. Not sure if this is the right neighborhood. Might want to get back to your friends and family. They're not going to make it. There is the strangling prison. Two caught inside of it. Megnog will trade out Delman, but the damage has already been done. And I think that is all the damage we're going to be seeing coming out from this attacking side. That is all she wrote. Oklahoma White finding a couple of late staggers, but that's going to be not even a singular tick given over if LeBurger has anything to say about it.
Losing your strategist except for Megnog, who wasn't close to Soul Resurgence before the ticks could even go down, and overtime is simply just not a position that you can find winning value in. You called it, CB. There's not going to be any tick potential for that attack.
And as much as I'm like kind of fixating on LeBurger, and for good reason, 7 final blows, 16-0 with that KD off just a half. For my money, Beaniest Bean is having the biggest impact because look at that healing, 14k, nearly doubling what a lot of the other strategists in the lobby are currently capable of. And the timing on the God of Mischief has been so good. Also for Capu as well. The invisible boundaries from both of those strategists have been pixel perfect and life-saving. And not only that, but it's been helping to set up and enable LeBurger to just go on this insane tear, this crazy pop-off. And while half the team lives throughout the entirety... Wow, I just kind of realized 2 strategists also didn't have a single death. That's 3 people with no deaths at all. That's about as strong of a defense as you can ask for.
Yeah, realistically, it was a lockout. There weren't too many options that we saw from Oklahoma side that, you know, suffered quite a bit more. We saw the early Angela. That could have been great disrupt potential. But Hendrix's game plan, the secondary one at the very least, was to dial back and go full aggression forwards onto the front line. And that didn't work either.
I appreciate that Hendrix is now sticking to this triple strategist comp, Blind Joe opening out on the Loki, and now Burden's going to take up the mantle of the Punisher, which is also a pretty suitable target for some natural anger coming out with that damage boost. But I'm going to go with a strange TP play here, and surely Hendrix will have seen this before. Yeah, that is deep, but it will take the high ground completely away from Hendrix and essentially flip the map in favor of Oklahoma.
Is that going to promote a split, though? The answer is no. You can see Vanguard's right up above, and that's going to be a split up against the attacking team. Now they have to waddle past their portal. There is going to be the shield from the Emma that can help out just a bit. Not a ton, but such an awkward position to be in, and it's a match of colors. Regen Domain seems to be out. Play My Games falls to the wayside. Delman no longer on the crew. He's isolated completely, punched in the face, a broken nose leading to a KO.
We're going to have to give an assist to Dracula on that one for rearranging that castle in the middle of that team fight and just locking Delman in a completely separate room from the rest of the team. And there's still a couple of stragglers still stuck there. So now, you know, you said, is this going to force a split? Well, you were wrong at the time, but it seems like you were right now. I don't see, like, Oklahoma White are about as split as you can possibly get.
Yeah, this is looking messy from Oklahoma's side. They went for that super deep portal, and I thought maybe they could trickle down and take a bunch of ones against the enemy team if they were unsuspecting, but apparently not. There we go. Finally, the seal has been somewhat broken again. That's going to be the strange con for Hendrix's side, but being, of course, having a lack of a strategist now for Oklahoma, not a position that you want to find yourself in. It's a lockout for the attack.
Final Judgment now coming out from Burns. So Resurgent from Clam just to try and keep everybody alive, but there's still a lot of damage coming through that I don't even think the overhealth is going to be able to save Delman there. Burns going to get traded out there. LeBurger popping yet another Apex Predator. That's good for one. Takes Blind Joe off the map, and now it's all for defensive utility coming out from Hendrix. Sonic Seduction, Invisible Boundary, just about everything you can ask for, and it's enough to finally put down LeBurger. But a later Seduction now going to come out from Rainstay. It's going to force the Soul Resurgence from Megnog, and now the banks are, both sides are completely drained dry.
Oh, but through it all, still not a single tick for either one of these teams on the attack. Damage galore, any which way you look. Invisible Boundary from the hands of the Loki is going to help out, create more space for Oklahoma's side. But Rainstay finally finds impact and burns the fall. The Doctor Strange Play My Game soon to fall as well. Blind Joe is not long for this world, though. The defense of Hendrix Hall is falling away. They have to go for an emergency portal if they haven't already, because that one tick is all that's needed for Oklahoma White. They just have to get rid of a few more players, and they most certainly do. Stagger promoted, portal is out, trickle back in. Blind Joe leading the charge.
Oh, not gonna be leading the charge straight to the grave, courtesy of Delman there. There's an Eye of Agamotto on play for Play My Game, but I don't know if he's got an angle. Speaking of angles, this one from Burns could potentially be lethal. Sonic Seduction coming out from EP, and that is going to force everybody into essentially a firing range now for Burns. And off the portal retake, there is an opportunity here for the Strangling Prison coming out. Should be looking to put the death nail in this defense, but it is not enough.
I don't think we saw anything off the Eye of Agamotto. Soul Resurgence in return, up and above, the block of the clone, helping make sure that Burns can't get any more damage. Buys time for LeBurger to go on up, but cannot find much. Apex Predator could line up everybody to be out of the field. Invisible Boundary is down. Apex Predator on top. Goodbye, Predator. That's gonna be Play My Game gone. And through it all again. Burger's looking to rack up that ult as soon as humanly possible. Final Judgment is underway, and through it all, seemingly no damage can be done with all the heals. But as I say that, Rainstay was ISO'd out. EP the same. Delman, the Vanguard's now completely gone. Oh boy, how the tides have turned. But guess what? There's another portal coming on out. And this time, Oklahoma State, they have a new fresh breath of air. It's going to be, again, the Doctor Strange to come on through. Burns in a race, cleaning the floor, getting rid of everybody. And what seemed like it should have been Oklahoma's win brings it to a tied series. Wait,
Capu,
no,
trying to-
there's still a chance. No, never mind.
No, there's not a chance. I mean, it was a valiant effort from Capu, but I mean, with that portal already about to expire, no one was going to be able to come through it. And speaking of Capu, like I talked about how the invisible boundary play and the God of Mischief play from BDS Bean was on point, but it was just as good on the defensive side for Hendrix as well. I mean, the timing on a lot of these Strategist ultimates is saving everybody's bacon, where LeBurger is looking to try and take it away. There was some mean Glartrox plays coming out from this Elsa, but through it all, I mean, Hendrix is able to white-knuckle that away and take us to a draw on Central Park, despite a 23-2 with 11 final blows. But that 11 final blows matched by Eepy was 17-5 over on the Emma Frost there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 11 final hits on both of those players. That is unreal. It's not often where it feels like in this level of play you get to see an M of MVP. In your ranked games, it's not terribly uncommon, but the fact that we saw 11 final hits on top two, I think really goes to show how strong each of these individual players are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I also think it also plays into how strong these players are as teams when they get to actually lock in, play their games. They have the defender's advantage here. It's not much of an advantage because there is a bit of a walk back when you fall, but you do at least get the advantage of being able to set up, hide your strategist, play a little bit more smart, and also get a little bit of a castle rearranging action, splitting the team off when they try to go for these cheeky little portal plays. Maybe Oklahoma White got a little bit too cute with that one, or maybe it was just failed to execute on that initial plan, but nevertheless, we are all tied. Well, we're not tied up. It's still 1 over Oklahoma White, but we're all tied up on Central Park, and that means we're in for at least 4 maps tonight, Keg.
You know what? I'm happy for it. It's a cool return, and it's a great send-off for you as well, CB. But we're not done just yet. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. Hopefully, no more draws, but we'll find out after this. We're going to be right back. I'm waiting this time for the full stinger. Playoffs! We're potentially almost there. We are going to be seeing in Division 5 which of these two teams has what it takes to make it through and potentially have their playoff run for NECC.
Not to be confused with their layoff run, which is what's coming from me.
Yes.
Yikes. We are not tied up. We are actually only at 1-0 with Oklahoma White in the lead after a draw on Central Park, and now we're not going to be going too far, right around in the neighborhood, still sticking to New York in the endless night. It is Midtown up next, and I'm curious to see how this one ends up playing out because a lot of the things that I think you and I would expect to see on a Midtown, a lot of these teams have been banning pretty much right at the gate. We've seen essentially no Moon Knight. We saw the Rogue protected, but then not really played a whole lot of. We've seen a fair bit of Loki and also a fair bit of Gambit. I think both of those could also be strong here on Midtown. Groot, a little hit and miss, but it could really go any number of thousands of ways here.
Boy, I wish I could tell you what we could expect to see for either one of these teams on the convoy side of things, but we just had convergence, and neither team got a single tick on the convergence point to get to the convoy, so it's still uncharted territory for us.
Yeah, completely uncharted. We'll see what happens when these teams actually finally manage to get a singular point here, but good news, Midtown is not drawable, so one team will have to play better than the other on this one and get the map win here. We'll either take Oklahoma White up to match point or tie the series up. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. Bucky and Moon Knight both insta-banned. We'll see what the first protects end up being. Of course, it's got to be Loki from Oklahoma White. I call out how strong Beaniest Bean has been on this one, and I think you just got to keep playing the God of Mischief.
Yep. Beat for beat, game one. Same exact bans and reserves. Usually these second bans have been a little bit different. We saw Rogue before. Mr. Fantastic, though, has been a consistent value. Very curious what Oklahoma wants to ban out here.
I mean, Oklahoma have been the ones who have been more willing to try and deviate, but they are going to ban out the Rogue, which, again, I think some of these, like I mentioned before, there's going to be target bans. You know, we haven't seen Mr. Fantastic, obviously, because he's been banned out 3 times, but he's also one of the weakest duelists in the game right now. You only go for a ban like that if you're trying to target a specialist on the other side, and Rogue could kind of go either way. You know, we've seen Hendrix at times try and reach for it. I think EP does play a fair bit of that Rogue, and you're definitely going to be more afraid of it when the Gambit is available. But beyond that, we're kind of just trying to set each other up for comfort picks. Neither team being willing to take the Elsa Bloodstone off the field, which I think is another critical mistake. Between that and the Loki, you're kind of giving Oklahoma White 2 very easy win conditions. There we go. I spoke too soon. There we go. We got rid of it. We got rid of potentially the biggest threat in the lobby, but that kind of begs the question. What does LeBurger play now, and will it be as threatening?
I mean, with Punisher available, you have a lot of hit scan value. We've seen other players swap away from the Elsa to maybe go to a Phoenix. I could see maybe Punisher being a viability here. There is Groot on the field, so Punisher or a double Punisher might not be the best idea for your own team's Groot. I could see a reality where we have either maybe a Hela or a Phoenix.
I think Phoenix is probably pretty wise here. I mean, with Punisher in play, I don't know that that's something Oklahoma are going to want to go for. They definitely can, and you're right. If Hendrix wants to try and play a Groot on the defensive side here, it's not the worst thing in the world to go for, like, Phoenix Punisher, because that should just chew those walls right up. I'm still... I don't know. It's kind of rough to call with these two teams because you can already tell based on how the last 2 maps have gone that they're so evenly matched, and we're only just kind of scratching the surface of what these two teams seem capable of. They play a lot of comfort picks, but now as these bands start to get a little bit deeper, we have to see what's next in their toolbox. I see a Hulk on the attack, but it's the attack, so I wouldn't put too much stock in that just yet.
That's fair. We'll give it a few seconds. It's not quite Pain Brothers just yet. We do have the Hulk and a Thor along with the shields of Emma. So triple Vanguard to lead this potential charge. Blind Joe, are you going to stick with this? The answer seems
we are.
Yes.
It's not Pain Brothers, but it is Ragnarok Brothers.
Oh, the Taika Waititi brothers.
Yeah, that's a bit of a mouthful. I'm going to stick with Ragnarok Brothers. A few less syllables than Taika Waititi. And did you say Rag Bros?
Yeah.
The Rag Bros?
Yeah. Raggedy and Taiki.
If anyone can do this,
Let's see though. This keeps on going. Looks good early on, Blind Joe. We had seen him on the Daredevil earlier. Great for some pseudo flank potential to go behind the scenes and clear out those upper angles. That's a very solid start.
Yep. You see LeBurger on the Hela. I mean, right away, not as able to get as much burst damage onto the front line as he was able to with the Elsa, and Blind Joe just beating down the Beaniest Bean into a nice mash, and there's one for LeBurger as well, and that's going to be the problem is whenever Blind Joe has the Gamma Bubbles and jumps on top of that Hela, all of that damage is going to be nullified. Sure, you can do a whole lot with the Hela, but at point blank up against the Hulk, I take the Hulk 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of damage output, though, or at least consistent damage output. You just have hard damage off of LeBurger and Namor. That could be great up against the Hulk, but we have 2 other Vanguards on top to worry about. There's a lot to go on right now. Final Judgment's out underway. Burns is going to help clear the field even more to get that convoy beyond just the start of P2. LeBurger does get a snipe, and that's going to be good to dismay Burns just for a few extra moments and displace him. Capu and Bean, they both have their ultimates, and same with the Horn of Proteus off the hands of Clement. Raging Royal Flush will come out first. Perhaps this is a little too early. It's met with another Royal Flush, and that could be even better, considering it comes out second. Oh, there's so much more.
Gonna be another one online, but the God of Thunder coming out from Play My Games takes down 2, and among those is Beaniest Bean, who is holding on to that God of Mischief, so no second Royal Flush this time around. It will come into play in the next fight here, but I like what Hendrix is doing right now. They're taking the initiative, and as soon as Blind Joe gets on a target, Burns is there with the follow-up damage. You have Play My Games also just bullying the backline around. Oh, okay. Blind Joe getting de-hulked and de-lifed, and now you're going to be down a man and also facing that potential Royal Flush combo coming out, so I think it's going to be a rough final hurdle for us to go through on this next one.
Blind Joe's already back in the swing of things, brings out 2 Hulk himself, 4 minutes on the clock. Don't forget, that's going to be plenty of time for a micro peel off the hands of Hendrix, but they're doing no such thing. They invest the invisible boundary. They want to take as much space as possible. The cake and eat it too. Maybe it'll work, but everyone on Hendrix chooses to slink away except for the hands of Megdog. They are not long for this world, and frankly, neither's half the team.
They're silver lining for Hendrix, as we kind of knew that fight was going to go that way. Oh no, not a stagger onto a race there. That's unfortunate. I was going to say silver lining is that, you know, you managed to bleed out that Royal Flush, and Capu didn't actually get a whole lot of work done to build up that next one, but with a race dying late there is going to be an opportunity for Capu to build up to it, and this is where it starts to spiral out of control. If Capu is able to build up that Royal Flush, then, you know, that's 3 back-to-back fights that you have lost before you've been able to match it. Final Judgment to try and set the tempo, and a Hulk smash as well.
Gentleman was out, though. That helped get an escape route to LeBurger, who shut down the Final Judgment last time. But everyone's hidden away. They're giving so much extra space to the attacking team. They're stuck inside of a building. It promotes the isolations. And look at this now. Hit scans, any which way you look. That's going to be huge for Hendrix.
Great way to break through there. You're just going to take the initiative. While that window is still open, you got to make sure you smash your way through it, and Hulk did indeed smash his way right through it, and even though we were focused mostly on the Final Judgment from Burns, there was a lot of displacement coming through from that Hulk and also that Thor. And by the way, we got to take a look at that Thor now, because Play My Games has that God of Thunder, and that is another one of those ultimates that you don't always think about until it's too late, and especially when comboed with a Rage and Royal Flush, which Erase is inching closer to. If she's able to build up to it, that is going to be a 1-2 punch that will knock you flat on your back.
Just a few seconds away, and Capu had used it the last team fight, always brings it out first. Erase could only proc it now. Just a few seconds of a difference, but it could be a critical, just like last time. It gave so much space to Hendrix, but through it all, though, Capu's forced to give up. Give extra space back to Hendrix's side, and, well, still, Play My Game, good for one. Hasn't brought out God of Thunder just yet. Invisible boundaries out. Could have been waiting for this opportunity for it to drop to bring out the ult afterwards. But again, displacement. Not sure who that was, but even the Final Judgment doesn't find a lot of impact.
Sonic Seduction from EP to try and press this advantage a little bit further on there, taking down Capu, Mainstay falling as well, and it's starting to look real scary here for Oklahoma as Hendrix are inching ever closer here, and the God of Thunder hasn't been expended, and Play My Games has this off angle here where no one is going to have the opportunity to check. They're going to have to go through him just to be able to get to the point here, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get there. 88.88 meters, rather, left to go. Beaniest Bean is going to fall, and this is looking like it is all over, but the crying for Oklahoma.
Oh, geez, but there's still 2.5 minutes left on the clock. You play up the waiting game, Play My Game, creating that extra space. Erase does take down the most critical player on Oklahoma White's defense. That's LeBurger gone. And through it all, 3 points to Hendrix's name. A really nice convoy.
In that fight I called out where there was the Royal Flush and the God of Thunder that both could have come out as a 1-2 punch, Oklahoma made a critical mistake of playing really far out, really spread out, trying to get the most out of their own Royal Flush while also not getting snuffed out by the enemy Thor. So they end up split at the end of the fight, and the invisible boundary from Hendrix just catches them all off guard, and it just kind of spirals out of control from there. You're just seeing one pick after another all go Hendrix's way in a way that we haven't seen throughout the rest of this series. And, you know, despite a little bit of heroics from LeBurger, 11k damage, it's not enough to match up to Burns right now, who is cooking on the Punisher right now. 18-4, 7 final blows, and that is the least of Oklahoma's worries.
And circling back to your point about the strategist ults, we are seeing Erase be a little bit more patient, slightly off the ult cycling from Capu, which allows them to have that secondary Royal Flush that, even again, by like 1-2 seconds, lasts longer, allows Hendrix to punch back right after Capu's ult and get this huge team push.
We're going to need to see a huge team push now coming out from Oklahoma if they want to match Hendrix's time bank. 237 on Midtown. A map where a lot of cards tend to stall out, you know, just shy of the end there due to just how long it could take to get through that second point. The fact that Hendrix were able to blitz through that is going to make it tough for Oklahoma. And I like this adaptation coming out with Clam now on the Angela. Maybe a little bit of displacement going to be coming out. Can potentially get access to Burns here, up here with this culling turret. And Oklahoma really don't have to play into this. There is the Angela, and blink and you miss it. Goodbye, Burns.
I was worried about the verticality at first. It's not quite the Blind Joe strat, but instead, easy glide up from Clement, take down Burns. That's a huge hit to the spear, completely gone for the damage front.
LeBurger trying to make the most of that damage there. Beanie is beam with some cards straight into the Play My Games. Put that God of Thunder down in the ground, and EP gonna join him as well.
Lord.
This is some Stagger City right now. I think if you're Hendrix, you just gotta kind of throw your bodies at the card so you can at least stall it out as your inevitable death marches your way.
Or try to back away while you can, but caught from behind as Burns out into the spawn zone once again. And that's essentially Oklahoma taking P1. There is a fight back now from Blind Joe's side. Not sure which ultimate that was. That may have been God of Thunder. But even then, it's Oklahoma White for the immediate punch back. Raging Royal Flush brought out. LeBurger is just G-coding his way through the end of P1.
And a little bit of a desperation ult coming out from Megnog as well. It's not going to be enough to stop this card. Herbie is definitely making it through point A with 5 minutes in the time bank to get through point B. And we're still staggering here. A good Assassin's Charge from Clamp to take Burns right into LeBurger's waiting arms, but devoured before the DoorDash delivery got there. I'm suing my driver, all right? If I get one more order that doesn't make it to me and has bites taken out of it, if it does ever get my way, I'm gonna be running up in there.
Would you rather have a DoorDash meal with the squids of Namor or the little weird child from Magic?
The little weird child from Magic? Like the little demon that comes out?
Yeah.
Would you... I think the squids probably, because you could at least fry that up and eat it, but I don't think I would feel too good about doing that to the Dark Child.
Well, that's okay. Luckily, though, Magic's not around to hear our words and how we feel. It's going to be LeBurger instead, sending everyone to the Dark Realms down below. It's going to be LeBurger again, taking down everybody like it's absolutely no issue. There's this 1v1, though, and luckily, though, LeBurger does get away. Not quite the same for Blind Joe. Everybody is forced to just delegate off that point.
And there really hasn't been a team fight yet. 3:56 in the time bank, Raging Royal Flush, but there's only 3 people alive to be able to receive that one. Ensong Inferno with that Royal Flush, though, could be enough, but the Invisible Boundary is going to soak up the lion's share of that damage, and Burns forced back. Here comes a Royal Flush the other way, and here comes an Assassin's Charge. That was at light speed, taking Burns to another realm,
That
and
was
it is
wonderful.
Calam's realm.
Good lord, Clement bringing out that inner melee from the Magic that we had seen earlier. That might be the most direct eye test impact I've seen off of an Angel in a long time.
You give Clam a hero with a blade, we are going to see some magic one way or the other.
Wow.
Hendrix, I mean, what would be magic right now for them would be if they could just regroup and take a full 6v6 team fight, because they have not done so pretty much since that early assassination onto Burns on that Punisher there. And you know, we got another one coming. Here comes Blind Joe in that 1v1. We said we were going to see some magic, and Clam sees magic in his sights and is looking to try and take it out, but we'll settle for the Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, the Blind Joe got away. Luckily, though, again, playing the shields needs to have that impact directly up front. Play for the displacement. There's a Swirl Girl now, and that could make things more difficult. But so far, EP, the first to fall to the hands of the final judgment in the hands of LeBurger. Finally now, Invisible Boundary underway. Endsong Inferno through it all, piercing away. Does not find any KOs, but a Meteor M in return nearly KOs. Who is that? Is that Ledog? No.
That's Megnog. That is Megnog. And
wow.
That is your Lord and Savior Megnog, the unkillable Megnog, who's able to live through all of those iron volleys coming her way and able to keep the front line alive. The last hope potentially for Hendrix as Oklahoma continued their death march. Raging Royal Flush, hoping to be the death nail.
The death nail potentially. Megnog is back. It's just a matter now of seeing the clobbering time can create the space necessary to solidify things, bring it to overtime. But so far, it's been easy city for Midtown for both of these attacking teams.
Yeah, as great as both of these teams have been on the defensive on Central Park, they have managed to totally fumble the defense both sides over on Midtown. It's weird, a total flip and reverse from what we saw on that map. And, you know, both teams finishing with roughly 2.5 minutes in the time bank. It's pretty much equivalent. And I gotta go back to Hendrix, and they're just like constant staggering pretty much all the way through points A and B. It wasn't until the very end at point C that they were starting to kind of get together and play together as a collective. But even then, the momentum was so heavily in Oklahoma's favor that it was just like trying to stop a river with your bare hands.
I think it's interesting too that we didn't get to see a lot on the Convergence map, much dive potential. When we did try to see it, it was shut down right away by just such a closed area. And besides that first funnel, really on P1 for the attack, there's not a lot of that opportunity. So dives could just get away with whatever they want.
Yeah, and we saw that happen, especially here with the Angela, right? Like that one dive coming out early on at the Burns. Pretty much like that won Oklahoma 2 points, essentially back to back, and also won them an advantageous time bank. 2:44 versus 2 minutes. Hendrix gonna be up first to bat, and they're going right back to what worked before with that triple Vanguard look, not changing a single thing. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Oklahoma White gonna make a couple of swaps. LeBurger on the Captain America. We'll see what this does to the defensive side.
Okay. I'm interested. Maybe the battle out of Blind Joe attempted to take verticality early on. LeBurger from behind, though, is looking to disrupt. It's not quite the Angela, but it could be enough to find a 1v1. But we have to focus on the front lines really quick. What's happening down on the main battlefield? Let's play my game still, getting these early opening picks. Clement's gone. LeBurger's gone as well. This back line stagger didn't work.
Yeah, the early KO there onto Clam and then just burning LeBurger down. Luckily on the cart gets a little bit of stagger out there, but now it's gonna be rough. You're gonna want to look to again just try and die on cart together and take a full team fight. Good job there, de-hulking there onto Blind Joe. Phineas Bean cleaning up the KO there, and we're at a roughly even team fight now as Clam and LeBurger are back, and now it's looking so good for Oklahoma. Carbon Crush is not going to be enough to put Rainstay down, and that's going to be LeBurger at just the right moment, coming through as the hero for this team once again with a triple, and now we're under a minute for Hendrix to try and get some wind in their sails again and dislodge Oklahoma from this cart as they wrestle control back over.
Duelist and Strategist were gone in that fight. It was down to the Vanguards, and even Blind Joe was not long for this world. Could it be LeBurger? No. Hit with an exile. It's going to be Blind Joe just sitting there waiting. I think hit with a sleep spore from Clement. But even then, though, still gets away relatively unscathed. Invisible Boundary comes down into the main battlefield. LeBurger's looking for any opportunity to drive the forces directly to him and not the main team itself. Final Judgment comes out yet again, and shut down immediately. No impact whatsoever. It's still a battle for overtime. 15 seconds is left, and through it all, Monster Hulk reigns supreme. But can he find much? Not even displacement. Everyone is completely disrespecting the Vanguard's clobbering time comes out. But space has been made just a tiny bit. It's just a battle, a push to get to that first point into OT. LeBurger's in the back lanes, trying again to hunt down the squishies. Is anybody squishy? Seemingly not. Everyone's playing Vanguard now. Even a Captain America to the face tries to be a little bit squishier. That doesn't work out too well. Beans on the other side. Finally now a Gambit could bring out a quick early Raging Royal Flush, but they're both at 60%. No ultimates to work off of whatsoever. Magnog's off of the Mantis, now onto the Invisible Woman. Needs to have a main anchor. Strategic ultimate to come out and provide that space. That's Mag's job. Helps clean the way. Kapu's out underway, all the same as well. Heal City, pip people off, displace them, move them away. Final Judgment is out. Portal is underway as well. A big Mag Bubble helps out, but no, it's Hulk's Bubble instead. What are you punching? It's Gambit, and he's hopped away like Leapfrog. And through it all, even then, the noob tube off of Burns cannot find a whole lot. Nobody wants to be KO'd. They have actual plot armor. This series could go on forever. My poor lungs, every cell in my body dying at once. But the yellow bar, it hasn't stopped just yet. Lamont's still sitting, waiting. There's a Mantis aboard. Can it be Sleepsport? No, it's a Soul Resurgence instead. Oklahoma White is unwilling to give up. Their brain cells activating 100%. Brain stems frying, melting, splitting in half like Wenzel's meat sticks. And through it all, Oklahoma somehow wins that first side defense.
It doesn't really get much closer than that, but unfortunately for Hendrix, it's still pretty close to the spawn door. That's going to be a rough hold for 244, which, sure, Oklahoma did it, but with a lot of help from some strange TPs, some good freedom charges to help keep the ult economy in check, get a lot more sustain than they had any business having, and just a seeming inability to find any finality to some of these KOs on the side of Hendrix. Their comp was great the first time around at bullying Oklahoma back, and it was even good enough to take down LeBurger early on, get some good cart progress off of that, but once he came back, LeBurger came back with a vengeance and just never got dislodged again, and what are you supposed to do, right? Like, when you have this Captain America that just will not die, when you have this idea of freedom that just won't seem to go away, the very pinnacle of what America should be, the resilience, and it's Oklahoma that stand strong, stand resilient, and Hendrix now have to try and hold just as strong, but with some changes to their composition, now bringing the Angela over onto the defensive side, a triple strategist lineup with the Cloak and Dagger, the Mantis, and the Gambit. It's going to be rough. Again, neither team now currently on the Loki, by the way, is only going to be one Royal Flush a pop, but that's been more than enough for Oklahoma, at least on this map.
Blind Joe fighting into a Magneto. Having that Meteor M could be a death sentence.
Well, might be. Hendrix on the defensive side. Burns getting some good damage in on the front line there. Play My Game's a little bit segmented from the rest of the team. Clam, once again, back on that Angela and is able to find Blind Joe. That's the worst KO you could possibly get if you're Hendrix right now. You can't give up your biggest source of healing, and Play My Game's gonna fall as well. You have the choice but to back up. If you die on cart right now, it's cooked.
It's cooked. But look at how much the cart is pushing up, and there's 2 minutes on the clock in overtime. 0.24 meters. Where did this overtime go?
It went right into Oklahoma's back pocket alongside the map score, and honestly, if we're being really honest with ourselves, should be a 3-0 if Central Park actually went Oklahoma's way, but they are right that particular wrong. Come back with a vengeance, even come back with another vengeance after that impressive first attack coming out from Hendrix on Midtown. They do it but better, and then hold so strong on the defense that it's the easiest layup of all time to get that map win on Midtown, and you gotta give it up for LeBurger. 25 final blows on that one. I mean, like, I can call out the team play of this team, but who else but LeBurger is the true hero of this team right now? Because I'm looking around, and all I see is that Captain America that just will not die.
48-7, certainly nothing to scoff at. LeBurger played a fantastic game, every game so far this entire series, and yeah, I mean, it's a big story of what if on that Convergence map. Could there have been a different realm where maybe this had gone a 3-0? Absolutely, but I will say, except for that final overtime, it's been a pretty close series too.
It still can be a 3-0, just a 3-0 with an asterisk,
That's
We're in that realm. Yeah, 3-0 and a half, and I don't think we actually give out half maps here. We round down here in NECC, so if it ends up going that way, it is unfortunately going to be a 3-0 for Hendrix. But they still have an opportunity to come back here. We're only 3 maps deep, and it is still going to be their map pick, but the last 2 maps have also been their map pick, and we're running out of good picks here. I think at this point, the map pool is going to open back up. We can go back to domination, and you had a pretty decent showing on Celestial Husk, but can you keep up that same momentum on, say, a Krakoa or a Hell's Heaven? It's been kind of rough on the Convoy and on the Convergence, so I realistically, like, if you're Hendrix, I don't know what you do, but I know what you have to do, and you have to, once again, ban out that Elsa, which,
Yeah.
you know, on its own wasn't enough. I think you also do need to shut down that Loki, because that was a real problem on both Oklahoma's attack and on your defense the first time around.
It's also hard, too. We've been highlighting LeBurger so much, and you get rid of the Elsa. Yeah, you get rid of a symptom, but not the cause of why so many MVPs go in their favor. The Punisher is also hit scan, high fire rate. You somehow ban out the Punisher, too. Yeah, then you have the Phoenix and Hela to worry about. So it's really just a team-wide effort to figure out what ways you can shut down LeBurger. So I gotta ask you, as we go to Hell's Heaven, CB,
Good
Coach,
catch there, Prod.
Yeah, Coach CB, I need your help.
I mean,
how do we take down LeBurger?
It's a lot harder in MRC bans to win in ban phase, but you can definitely lose in ban phase. And I think, you know, maybe you do give up the Elsa, but do you have someone on your team who can match up to that Elsa, or at the very least keep up and set up the rest of your team? Because you have a lot of good players on your team. You have a lot of good pieces. Your backline has looked pretty good throughout most of this series. It's just been a matter of, can you shut down LeBurger, and can you shut down the onslaught once Oklahoma starts to get the wind in their sails? And I think that Loki needs to be targeted. I think, you know, maybe you haven't been playing a whole lot of dive regardless. So I think, you know, trying to go for that insta ban on the counter dive, we need to leave that in the past, and we need to start banning out some of the strengths of the enemy team so that we can actually play the game at all before we worry about playing our game.
I feel like we have seen instances of Hendrix playing out their team comps without the Loki, despite the reserve. So I think if there's one side that'd be willing to go for it, I think it would be Hendrix that could get away with a Loki ban. But
you have to. You 100% have to. Like, because, you know, Oklahoma have protected it pretty much every time. They don't care if it's a Loki or a Gambit or both. They want to play that, but Hendrix going to die by the sword and once again ban that Bucky, and gonna be a Moon Knight ban. And if I imagine, if I can look into the future, Loki protect?
Yep.
Of course.
And it's probably gonna be a Gambit protect in return from Hendrix's side. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's the smartest thing to do, but only if you're also willing to play that Loki. And I think that Blind Joe needs to pick it up again and stick with it. I think, you know, you just kind of gotta hand over the reins, you know, to your other duelist, and just kind of, you know, let that Punisher sing, because that was doing pretty well. This is an opportunity to ban the Elsa if it doesn't get protected here, which Oklahoma haven't done in the past. I don't see why they would start now. So, like, you could probably get the same picks and bans as we got on Midtown and just hope for the best.
Well, Groot's been reserved. It's beat for beat the same exact reserves and bans phases so far. So, very curious to see if we can have some changes here. I'd be surprised. I believe it was an Invisible Woman back on Midtown. Oh, Punisher, excuse me.
Well, you were right. It wasn't an Invis Woman on. No, they might have been Invis on Central Park. See, I'm confused again. It's the Alzheimer's coming back to bite me.
Good old dementia.
But there is going to be a Magneto ban, which I believe Magneto made it through the ban phase last time around, so it's a little bit different from Midtown, but I still kind of feel like we're dancing around the problem here. We've yet to fully address it, and we also gave up the Elsa again. And, you know, of course Oklahoma wasn't going to ban that. They've got, you know, potentially the best Elsa in the lobby right now on LeBurger. Why would you not let him play with his favorite tool right now?
Yeah, I mean, the core difference, really the only difference from this in Midtown, excuse me, was that the Elsa was banned and not the Magneto. So we did see Magneto come through. Didn't even shut down the Cloak and Dagger. It was actually, I believe it was the Punisher. No, the Angela very early on that got that opening pick in OT. So.
And I'm glad you're calling that out, because it's gonna, like, you might see that again, and that'd be an Angela on Hell's Heaven, and that's something that I'm infinitely more afraid of than a Magneto. Even if I'm trying to play for the Punisher and set up my Punisher for success, which I think is why they're going for the Magneto ban,
30 seconds
I still think that's like the least of your problems.
Yeah, it's just highlighting what the big win con for both teams is, and like you mentioned, the fact that Loki's available, Elsa's available now, things are just stacking up for Oklahoma to come away now with a 3-point.
And they're having lemonade. They're already celebrating. Like
Yeah.
they feel like they've already
They're
won the
feeling
whole
good.
series.
I mean, the way things have been going, I wouldn't blame them. LeBurger's locked in the Elsa, you have the Gambit as well. Being not on the Loki will be on the Rocket instead. I assume that will be a quick swap momentarily.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, it is. I think the big player we need to look at right now has to be Eepy on the Angela.
I mean, Eepy does have to, yeah, especially on Super Soldier Factory, does have to be the player to watch. Can potentially set up the rest of the team for success. More importantly, displays any sort of shields or obstacles from between Blind Joe and that back line. But again, like, this composition from Hendrix, we saw them try it briefly on Celestial Husk with that Star-Lord, and then they abandoned it. I want to see them stick with it.
Yeah, the Star-Lord, I think, was just getting too little damage output for the amount of heals that Oklahoma was able to employ. We had seen on the attacking side, Hendrix had Hella Namor early on, and while that had more raw damage output, it just wasn't consistent enough damage, and the heals could bring it back. Hendrix is feeling like they might be falling into a similar pitfall, but they are getting the point first. They're at 17%.
Clam is going to respect the Angela duel with Eepy, make the swap over, and that is going to be a dangerous proposition, because remember what we talked about? It was that early KO onto the Punisher. Last time it was Burns, this time it could be Blind Joe. You got to keep Clam in check now, and it's also going to be a pain in the butt for Burns, who's going to be up in the sky. Angela, a great anti-flyer here, despite being a flyer herself.
Climate was nasty on the melee with Angela's axe. I can't wait to see what kind of shenanigans they can bring out again. Bean is set up and ready to go for the God of Mischief. Are we going to see that? The answer is no. It's not necessary. Rainstay and LeBurger have wiped the floor of Hendrix with only Eepy and Meg getting away.
It's kind of the double-edged sword of the Punisher and just the amount of sustained damage he can put out. It's hard to just confirm a KO off the back of that, and if you're not able to confirm one, it's just going to be healed right back up, and that just donates so much ult charge over. So that Royal Flush was inevitable. It is going to come out, and like you mentioned, Beanius Bean has the God of Mischief, so there's going to be another Flush. Erase going to go ahead and take the early initiative to try and pop that one, but it's going to be mirrored.
There we go, though. Let's see. LeBurger takes down Blind Joe. Hit scan for hit scan. Not an opportunity that you want to take for Hendrix's side. They've all come back in, and sure, Ultra Alpha, you're already down 2 players. Invisible Boundary, Galactic Legend, Regen Domain shutting you down. Sure, there's a timing here. Couldn't work out well. Maybe, but no. Every piece of utility is brought out at once, and seemingly it found nothing.
Hendrix really wanted to try and go for that Rage and Royal Flush and Galactic Legend combo. Or sorry, they wanted to go for the Rage and Royal Flush with the Final Judgment combo, but the Galactic Legend was left high and dry with nothing to combo it with, so Oklahoma just simply kited, and they don't really have to fight into that, and they're able to win the fight handily, now surpassing Hendrix's capture percentage, 60% and counting, and I mean, Hendrix still have some pretty decent ults to work with, but it's just Vanguard ults for Vanguard ults, and Clam has the angle here, and already has EP scouted as well.
Very interested in seeing where this Agamotto will lie. Could it be used aggressively forwards and drive Oklahoma off? Maybe, but heaven comes down and retribution is abound. And through it all, it seems no one will get KO'd in the process. It's forcing Clement to go in deep. LeBurger's there from behind. The Agamotto wielder unable to bring out the eye.
90%. I don't know if there's going to be an opportunity for a strange DP. Clam is already scouting it. You can see, I'm opening a portal. I don't think you are, my friend.
Oh, shut down immediately. Even if Clement falls, the deal has already been done. It's a raw game of distance. The run in, and I see how fast that yellow bar is going down. There is simply no time to claim it back. Oklahoma White is 1 point away now from confirming a playoff spot.
And as much as I talk about this Loki Gambit having 2 Royal Flushes, I mean, Oklahoma kind of proved in that point there, they don't need the second Royal Flush, because I don't know that Beanius Bean ever was forced to use it, because Hendrix are just losing in the neutral here. Oklahoma are just kind of bullying them and proving that they can get away with bullying them. So now you have both of them online for this next sub-map here. It's going to be Frozen Airfield, but no ults online for Hendrix. They're going to have to tank this first fight and just hope for the best, and that's not the kind of situation that you want to be when you are up against map point, match point.
And not only that, look at the ults too. You have Raging Royal Flush, you have the Lady Loki that could go for, you wouldn't believe it, another Raging Royal Flush right after. And that would counteract Erases potentially, who's at 80%.
The battle starts
And even if a race was able to build up to that, and Oklahoma were like, okay, we'll use no Royal Flushes, there's still a Psionic Seduction, which is a great tool just to be able to try and corral some of these real squirrely Rage and Royal Flush recipients on the other team, or to combo with one of your own if you do decide, we want to be mean, we want to win this one handily, let's go ahead and let one rip.
Blind Joe decides to go Wolverine. Up close and personal, this could work out well, especially the fact that Delman's on the group. Might be a good
Wolverine's a little bit more, a little bit too grounded up against Sky Wolverine.
Yeah, you know, not good information finder, not the best position to be in. Luckily, though, he does get away with his life, and this is a mess early on. Nuclear explosion all over the domination point, and it's entirely going in Oklahoma's favor. One survivor, and not by much. It's the Thor trying to get away in a 1v6.
It's a mugging, but it's essentially to be expected. It's just like I said, Hendrix really had no choice but to try and tank that first fight, and they don't give up too much capture percentage in order to do it, so I don't actually hate that fight. You've managed to bleed out one Royal Flush, and now you have the mirror onto one of them. Plus, you're going to be having a Final Judgment here, so this is a window of opportunity. If there was ever a fight for Hendrix to win to get themselves back in the series, it is this one right now.
Royal Flush bought out first. Capu not far behind. Should be the boost of power upness of the Final Judgment. Can it find impact? Well, luckily no damage against Burns, but well, there's the damage everywhere else. Burn for a triple is huge, and EP the same. A great claim back from Hendrix's domination side.
And good news was Beanius Bean, I believe, died early in that fight, so didn't get a whole lot of healing done, so only 25% to that God of Mischief. So you have a reasonable window of time to build up to another ultimate before we have to start worrying about those Royal Flushes again. And I think, you know, with that invisible boundary online for Megnog, you have a good buffer between this 17 and the 40% on the other side. I think Hendrix have what it takes to take the lead here, but can they stick the landing this time around?
Oh, well, that's going to be the million-dollar question, huh, CB? Let's wait and see, though. Rage is available from Blind Joe. Looking to hunt down this Angela. Heaven's Retribution in the meantime, though. Blind Joe, if they could see, would notice that their entire team was a sacrificial lamb for them trying to go in. And that certainly did not work. It's going to be Psionic Seduction instead. There was, at one point, an invisible boundary. Not sure where that ended up going. But even then, a game of stall, playing my game was stunned out by something, I'm not too sure, and it's just more ultimates, one after another. LeBurger brings out Apex Predator, and that's a double. Make that a triple right after. Holy moly.
Your Mystery Invisible Boundary was used to try and live through the Heaven's Retribution, but that was bait because you still have a Strangling Prison online, and I was expecting Delman to go ahead and pop that, but instead we got the Rage and Royal Flush from Beanius Bean and the Apex Predator, two of the strongest ultimates in the game, and that's, yeah, you're not winning up against that if both those abilities land, and land indeed they did, but Hendrix were able to take the lead. Oklahoma will be able to take it back here, but Hendrix are not fully out of this just yet. And an early KO there onto Clam. Psionic Seduction as well. Oh, but the final stand, or sorry, the last stand does not come out.
I was about to say, we haven't seen this ultimate come out from Wolverine yet. Last stand underway, headshot to the brain. It's gonna be Burns instead, a double. Maybe a triple. Who's on the field? Their backs were turned by themselves. That's gonna be Capu and LeBurger to fall.
Back and forth, the pendulum swings, but it's in favor of Hendrix, at least for the time being. 77% for Oklahoma, and Hendrix should be able to surpass that, but how many times do we have to say the words Rage and Royal Flush before Hendrix get the memo? There's about to be one online for Capu. Not a good ultimate to combo with, but still a Strangling Prison, and you know, the thing about Royal Flush is it's so strong that you can really combo it with anything you want, and it will find pay dirt.
A mess everywhere. Suddenly, Oklahoma White are making an incredible comeback. The entire KO feed going blue to red. And that's going to be a quick cap back. Surely
89% though. 1% or one fight territory for both sides, as Oklahoma are again going to be able to surpass that one. Good ult discipline from Hendrix to not pull the trigger on any other ultimates here. There's that teleport. I don't know if Clam is in position. I hear some spears, but it's going to be too late. The portal goes off, and Clam goes to a secondary location.
Oh no, teleported to Nowhereville. What happened? But Apex Predator is there to help get people out of this invisible boundary. The Burger wants to give distance, bring people directly into the LOS. That's a race gone. A Gambit in OT, not what you want to have happen. And with one duelist gone, Blind Joe not too far behind. Your numbers are dwindling. Magnog. I don't even know where they're at, but they're gone now. That should be OT confirmed, and a 3-0 for Oklahoma. Portal didn't bring much. Erase could make a comeback. I don't know if there's enough time, and certainly not enough bodies. Erase was inches away, shut down by LeBurger. Burns, maybe? Oh, it's just a game of 1v1s. Yellow goes the 0, and that's a 3-0.
I gotta give props to Hendricks, though. They went down swinging. Every single inch they made Oklahoma fight for, and even though Oklahoma do look to be the better team, Hendricks definitely took more than their pound of flesh, especially on Frozen Airfield. There was a moment I believed that they should have been able to get that one done, but it was LeBurger and it was Clam just wreaking so much havoc as a two-man hit squad on the point that just couldn't be stopped no matter what Hendricks tried, and boy, they tried everything.
So much value out of that Elsa pick. Of course, it's not just the Elsa story, but it certainly passed the eye test as being one of the flashiest parts. 15 final hits, 37 total KOs off of LeBurger that last match. But Clementbog too, 25-5 off the hands of that Angela. I guess I can't say that without talking about Rainey, who won 31-4. But the fact that the Angela not only found a lot of displacement value, but just raw KO value too off that Angela was so impressive.
It's a little bit heartbreaking for Hendricks because I do feel like this is one of those matchups that had this happened at the beginning of the season. It's one that you can take a lot of lessons from in terms of your picks and your bans and, just not getting draft diffed, not giving up tools like the Loki and the Elsa, two of the strongest heroes in the game, over the other team time and time again. And a little bit of cleanup on some of the engagements, but they're still a very good team. Like, there's some straight up great mechanical skills, some good discipline, some good team play that ends up coming out from Hendricks top to bottom. And it's hard to find fault with them on an individual mechanical level. It's just, you're up against a better team. Sometimes that's just all it is you're up against a better team with a star player in LeBurger who just gets to play his game. He gets to play the Elsa, the strongest duelist in all of the lineup, bar none, and never really gets shut down outside of the one time he's banned out, but then he just matches you on the Punisher, does just as good as your best shot, and they run you over on Midtown. And realistically, the series was over there. It was a great epilogue over on Hell's Heaven, a good microcosm of the whole series, but ends up being Oklahoma with that 3-0 with the asterisk.
3-0.5, but yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. I think this was a really fun series for us to start off today, and who would have thought? We have one more series after this. We go from Division 5 all the way up to Division number 2, so don't go anywhere. We got to get that set up. We'll be right back.
You're just another one who wonders, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. And I know you're confused, people tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets, oh man, what a lie. 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem
Nothing cuts quite like a memory, especially one that you're trying to forget. But I can't find the energy to rewind and reset. I know you don't wanna be used, but you use me to build up. You build up to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to not me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground. I won't make a sound. So don't shoot me down. Alright, we're not broken. We're just getting off the ground. Bring us Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. Carry on until the sun will set to break me down. How does it feel? How does it feel to not me around? I won't make a sound. I won't make a sound until I hit the ground. I won't make a sound. trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, 'cause I gotta get to you. I would climb 1,000 mountains, swim across the darkest ocean, 'cause I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, 'cause I gotta get to you. I gotta get to
You have habits just like me.
Thank you, production, for telling me it's a long stinger this time around. No layoffs, but certainly playoffs is abound. We're in Division 2 now, and we get to see Texas A&M versus Triton to see which of these two teams can move on forwards in NECC. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by the one and only amazing CB here at NECC. There's a lot of C's in that sentence.
There is. There's at least 7 of them, and we are going to sail all of them on our way to the playoffs for one of these teams, as both of them are currently sitting at 3-3 in the rankings in their respective division and could go either way. I was actually just looking at the rankings, and this is like an interesting kind of like I'm not sure what to call it, but there's a whole conundrum going on in the middle of the pack here in this division. Triton Blue are currently sitting above Texas A&M in the standings, both so sitting at 3-3. Triton Blue hold a victory over the team above them, which is now varsity, NAU varsity, and a loss to the team below them, Kansas State University, which Texas A&M have beaten. So what does that say about these teams? Who knows?
Okay.
My takeaway here is that it's about as evenly matched as it could possibly be. The stakes are about as high as they could possibly be, and both teams are going to be fighting and clawing for their playoff dreams.
You know, it's interesting to say we're going to Division 2. We just covered the Division 5 matchups. We had 4 maps, one of which was a draw, all of which were considerably close. They could have gone either way. It still went in Oklahoma's favor. Because of this weird situation that we're in with these teams, CB, are we looking at a situation where it could be close like that again?
I would count on it, to be completely honest with you, because I think with how close these teams have played with the teams above and below them, I think that means that we're at a pretty evenly matched playing field here, unless one team is just the other's kryptonite, which is rare at a situation like this, unless like it's another one of the situations where it's like,
hey, wait
maybe
a
one
minute.
team has a total like
Kryptonite?
pocket pick.
What's that?
What's the Marvel equivalent of kryptonite? What's the I don't know if anybody. Maybe the writing is just better in Marvel because they don't have any like MacGuffin weaknesses like that.
Well,
They don't-
adamantium is like a positive MacGuffin.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like Vibranium would be kind of the same thing. You know, there's a lot.
I mean, it's NECC, so I don't want to say like a bullet, but like.
But I mean, let's be honest. Everybody lives through gunshots in the MCU. Like,
true.
a gun ain't killing anybody except
the
for
time
Phil
stone?
Coulson.
It's green.
I mean, but then you're just kind of circling it back to Kryptonite. Either way, unless one of these two teams just happens to have a hard counter that shuts down the other enemy team, I think we're in for a pretty close, pretty evenly matched matchup here. We're going to be kicking things off on Hell 7 for our first match, and an Elsa ban out the gate. We get to see what we waited so long to see the last time around. Triton Blue not going to make us wait this time around.
Yeah, very interesting. It was very dive heavy in our last series. We had Elsa make it through the bans and selects just about every single map. Angela at first also didn't make it too far in. She started getting accepted towards the end of the series. Groot also banned out. We are seeing polar opposites outside of the reserves, but the bans are completely different.
I think, speaking of bans, if you're Texas A&M Maroon, you have to go for a Gambit ban here. Otherwise, you are risking that that double flush comp that you and I both love to hate, love to love, hate to hate. Regardless, it's coming. Okay, there we go. There's the Gambit ban. We're safe for the time being, but that's one of those bans that, like, if you're Texas A&M, like, you would have hoped the other team would have been willing to flinch there, but it's like that game of chicken. Like, all right, we protected the Loki. You think we're gonna do it? Are we gonna double up?
I was thinking more
Texas,
like lactose intolerance. But no, you had something serious to say.
I was just gonna say Texas gets something just as good though, as they get to protect onto the Van Pool, which not been nerfed yet, still very strong.
Okay, Cloak and Dagger as secondary reserves. We have 3 strategists, 1 Vanguard reserved out here. Very curious to see what the last few bans are. I could see a world where Magneto might be this Triton Blue ban just to ensure that the Cloak and Dagger is safe, but no, Punisher instead, even though we have a group ban. Okay.
I think that's fair. You know, the Punisher. Yeah, it could be a flyer composition sort of deal. You know, Cloak and Dagger, not a terrible thing to play into that. Spider-Man ban coming out. That is one of 2 things. That is either me and ranked just not wanting to deal with Spider-Man because he's annoying as hell, or that's a target ban up against Triton Blue. And I told you, you know, we might see some weird pocket picks here. Guess not. We'll see some target bans instead.
So you ban out Punisher, you ban out Elsa. You don't have a Groot, so you're not countering, like, you know, going for like a pro Groot play. You're probably going to go Flyers because the only other hit scans you have to worry about is, like, you know, Hela, Phoenix. But then you ban out Spidey, which could also be a great flyer counter. So I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like that's kind of a big, you know, KO to the foot for Texas A&M. Very curious to see if that's going to come back and bite them.
Well, speaking of things coming back to bite us, it's Texas A&M Maroon, who have been on this broadcast a few times before. I have some pretty fond memories of this team. Dio, specifically on the Vanpool, has been something to watch, and I think will continue to be something to watch. Just like I said, Vanpool has not been nerfed. Bro is still potentially the strongest hero in the game if Elsa and Gambit are feeling a little under the weather that particular day. He definitely creeps right up there, and that Banhammer is something that you just cannot discount. And of course, Triton Blue gonna be mirroring that when they see that Vanpool Protect come out. Both teams have to play with what is the strongest, but very different compositions top to bottom. A Daredevil on one side, a Phoenix and a Bucky on the other.
Yeah, curious to see how this all plays out. The Daredevil, I think, will be interesting. Triton Blue has a very forward-heavy, attack-based composition. We do get to see a small portal play, minor play coming out from Texas A&M's positioning. Coordination is looking pretty sound, but Drag, the first to get a double. Early on, Super Ego not too far behind. What a meltdown!
Yeah, that's kind of a blitz there from Triton Blue. Good early first point cap here, and I'm wondering if any swaps are going to come through from Texas A&M. They have a pretty decent composition to be able to deal with this Daredevil, but, I mean, the problem is just going to be in the execution. So I think they're going to stick with it. Smoke on the Bucky, and the Terror Capes coming out from the Cloak and Dagger should, in theory, be enough to keep Drag on lockdown. But if they fail that, then what's next? You know, you're going to be, like, forcing a late Namor swap. I don't know if that's the best course of action.
Yeah, Namor can be pretty strong on this point. You have a direct funnel for the Horn of Proteus to find impact in, but oftentimes you can just out-heal the direct impact just because of how close everybody is. There we go, Banhammer is out. The Deadpool is most certainly in my area. Regeneration Domain directly on top. Does not matter, though. You force it out, and Dragment Super Ego. A dynamic duo of destruction. Holy moly.
Yeah, blink for 1 second and you will not see it coming. Like, this Daredevil is already proven to be a thorn in Texas A&M's side, and that's another situation where, like, they have the tools, they just don't react in time, and they are not going to be given the opportunity to react in time, and a large part of that also comes off of Super Ego's Banhammer. That is a hit and turns that Daredevil into Agent 47.
Look, I can't compare, NECC to ranked games, but I had a Black Panther do this to me once on Midtown, and I almost rage quit. So I feel exactly how Texas
Justified.
A&M do. But to be fair, though, identify what the Deadpool is. Something we couldn't do to that Black Panther. Smoke takes down Dragman, and that's a solid start. But the battle commences down below, directly onto the point. I hit your head! May very well do so on an End Song Inferno. Looks like there's quite a few ultimates now that could shut it down. Don't think I hit your head wants to go for a snipe up against Rumex right away. Probably not worth the cost. Some fallacy, but now that the Eternal Bond is out not once but twice over, there could be a chance to bring it out in the wayside towards the back. But again, it's about weighing your options, and I don't see that being a possibility.
And so much absorption happening with that Heartbreaker. That's so hard to burst down that road, but there's some burst damage coming out. Super Ego and Drag seemingly turning the fight, but two more going the way of Texas A&M. Smoke does pop a track and impact. He's going to pop himself. Hail Salad is good for one with the Eye of Agamotto, but it is just the last denizens of Texas A&M trying to hold on to this point, and Super Ego going crazy with the katanas, just cleaves him clean in half. And that should be 100-0 for Triton Blue on Eldritch Monument.
That was insanely fast from Triton Blue. I don't want to know the answer, production, but CB, how many final hits do you think this Daredevil has so far?
I mean, I counted at least like 6, and it could very well be more than that.
Production!
Oh! I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. I called it
goat.
beforehand. I'm like Clint Eastwood in that one movie where he counts the bullets, you know?
That's every Clint Eastwood movie, CB.
I'm like every Clint Eastwood movie right now,
He's
except
the
it's with
dirtiest
Harry. Amongst a number of notably clean Harrys throughout cinema history.
It's okay.
One thing I also want to
full of Daredevils.
One thing I also want to highlight here, though, is I called out Dio on the van pool there, but the team was getting ran over so hard that he only really, I think, got to use one Banhammer in that entire point there. It's one of those ultimates that people don't really think about. It's you don't get to take it with you when you die. It's use it or lose it, and he never got the chance to build up to it until that one fight that, unfortunately, Texas A&M weren't able to fully lock out. So it ends up going 100-0 in Triton's favor, and now he's going to give up the Vanpool altogether and swap over onto the thing, and this is a direct response to Drag on the Daredevil here.
Oh, absolutely. Just absorption, lack of stuns for the most part. Drag solid snakes his way up and around the thing. Oh my lord. What is the plan? Go down from behind. No one's scouting out for the devil. What if you go for the devil and you miss? He comes back golden fiddle in hand. Rampaging everywhere! I cannot believe this. It is a meltdown yet again. Solid steel everywhere. There's no way in.
It's a good peel from Dio to try and save the backline from the Daredevil, but the problem is when you dive back to your healers to try and heal them, you're not bolstering up the front line. So Super Ego just walks up, pops the ult, and just goes crazy on the front line, tears it to shreds, and the follow-up is good from Triton Blue. And even the End Song Inferno invested from Anki wasn't enough to find more than one KO. To shreds, I say indeed, and I think Super Ego would say so as well.
Oh no, pulling a Farnsworth right now. Triton Blue is giving absolutely no qualms at all to Texas A&M. This is ridiculous, but I do like the push power that we are seeing from Texas A&M. If there's a time to bring it back, it's now. 5 ultimates available, Eternal Bond to start things off. The thing is no longer in the server for just a few more seconds, so clobbering time will have to wait. Kraken Impact could be ready momentarily from now. Drag is down. This is the time to take the stand, bring it back. End Song Inferno could have been available, but a Kale Salad takes down Phoenix instead.
Smoke with 2 in that fight. Smoke was another highlight of Texas A&M in some of these past outings that I've seen them in. And they say where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's not quite fire just yet, but there will be if you give him enough time for this guy to come online. He will start to be a boon for this team. Izzo in that fight. Good hook there, and with the Kraken Impact, looking to try and finish off Deadpool, but good regen domains to try and save him, but it's going to be 2 in the fight, and Triton Blue on the back foot.
Oh my. Texas A&M fighting their impact now, snowballing forwards. Attempted spawn break against Triton Blue. This is such a backfield position we haven't seen from them.
Little 180 to get back to the team there. Triton Blue slowly walking up towards this choke here. Turtle Bond now going to come out, but there should be an opportunity to burst this down.
Big initiation tool too. It should be used fairly early on in Song Inferno, Devil's House, ASU Thanos brings out Heartbreaker. Okay, man. Actual Thanos snap on the Texas A&M.
I mean, well, it cost them almost all of their ultimates, though. Like, that was the God of Mischief, Let the Devil Out, and Song Inferno, and Heartbreaker all at once. Credit to Triton Blue. When they hit you, they hit hard and they hit fast, and you don't really have time to react, but do they have the tools now to react to what Texas A&M have? Because they have nearly every ult. It's like 6 versus 2 here, if that.
It's really up the drag right now to see from behind what impact can you find, and well, it usually has gone better. This time, maybe not so much, but whoa, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, they just said Triton Blue just set up a pincer, and Texas A&M don't have the chance to react. They hit you so fast that ult advantage that I mentioned, it doesn't mean a damn thing. Strange TP potentially coming out, but there should be a stun from the Phoenix, and there's not going to be a teleport. That should just be the point.
I just cannot believe it. That's the map, CB.
That's the whole map.
Oh,
that is
my God.
That is a statement win from Triton Blue. A hell of an opening salvo across the bow if I have ever seen one. Every team fight was so fast. Blink and you miss it. It's every single member of every single role of this team just running at you at such blinding speed that before you even realize what's coming your way, they've already flattened you.
I mean, I'm going to ask a silly question. I know the answer, but I want to ask you, CB. Would you consider what we see here from Triton Blue a dive comp?
Oh, 100%.
So
absolutely.
Here's the thing, though, right? Because a lot of teams, you know, when they get into a position like this defensively, they're going to crutch on Penny. They're going to crutch on the Namor. They're going to look for a lot of those, trap-heavy setups to try to beat out the dive. I don't think that would have worked against Triton Blue.
I mean, you could see them try to make some counter dive swaps. The swap from Dio onto the Thing was the correct call, but I think it probably should have been Kale Salad that made that swap instead of Dio because you gave up the Vanpool, and that's such a huge tempo ultimate to give up that is now one-sided. You know, and you, by the way, Texas A&M were the ones who protected the Vanpool, and to be willing to relinquish that and just give it up over to Super Ego, who is able to just run the whole show on the hero and practically roll out the red carpet for Drag to come in off of some crazy flank angles. That's what makes this composition a dive comp, is the fact that they're able to set up these crazy pinches, these crazy angles, and then just on the count of 3, 2, 1, bam, they're all on top of you, and you have no time to react. You just have to do your best, really, and the Thing is a great answer for that, but you're giving up that big tool. You just can't give up the Vanpool. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would love to see Vanpool make a return into map number 2. Like you mentioned, I think Thing was a good option, but just the overwhelming force that we had seen it was insurmountable. I don't see a win con necessarily existing for Texas A&M going into this next map without banning Daredevil.
Yeah, it's got to be the Daredevil or maybe the Rogue as well, but then you have a lot of other heroes that I think can also synergize just as well in this sort of composition if they want to play this same style. Like, if we were to go to like a Central Park, what did you say?
Black Panther?
No, don't play Black Panther. Don't, never play Black Panther. There's no reason to ever play Black Panther in this game. I was thinking more if you take away the Rogue, you could play like Angela. That would, I think, also work pretty well there. Venom and Captain America are both also very good in that same situation. And, Rogue is a good kind of like stopgap. She can be either the middle ground between a dive or a brawl vanguard. And that situation very much so filling the role of a dive, but there are much better dive vanguards out there. So I think that, to your point, the Daredevil might actually be the target.
It has to be. Clintar, though, is not as easy for a Daredevil pick. It's a big, long funnel for that first convergence point. But once you get the convergence locked into the convoy, I think this becomes a huge bacterial breeding ground for a Daredevil pick.
I think it also kind of doubles down on needing to ban out that Daredevil, because like you said, a bacterial breeding ground, ew, gross. For a Daredevil, even grosser. But I think that a lot of the comps that you would probably like to play on Symbiotic Surface revolve around trying to hide your strategist somewhere, especially if you see like, an Adam Loki come out, which we see on this map a lot, especially on point A. That's so easy for a Daredevil to scout out, and there's so many angles to be able to get to that backline once you already know you're there, because you may be blind, but you've got wall hacks. So I think if you want to play that, which I don't recall if that was something that was in Texas A&M's toolbox, but if it was, you need to ban the Daredevil. If it's not, probably still ban the Daredevil anyway.
Yeah, I don't think we ever saw a Daredevil mirror, but as we head over into these first two bans, if the first one from Texas A&M isn't Daredevil, I'm very concerned.
I would agree. I think, banning out the Elsa is still a good idea. I think Triton are probably going to be the first ones to go for that. I also like the Loki ban. Loki, like we talked about how strong he could possibly be. I don't know that that is the crux of your problem right now, but it could still be a decent one for Symbiotic Surface. I'm not in love with that one, but I don't hate it. Gambit Protect coming out, so Triton are giving Texas A&M another chance to hit that Daredevil ban. Take it. Take it.
You have no choice. And it could also be bait too. You're not a Daredevil one trick. I think, again, just by the stealthy drop-down playstyle we saw from Drag, you could rock the Black Panther. I'm not saying it's the best idea, but it's certainly more viable.
It's not even a good idea.
It's more viable than 1%. It's 2%.
Sorry, I'd hardly even call that an idea.
You know what? It was a figment of my imagination. A neuron connected to another neuron. We're going to wait and see. This is the ban that we've all been waiting for. Groot was reserved. Daredevil's banned. All is right in the world.
Yep, of course. And yeah, like I was saying, that does kind of open the door to be able to play that Adam Warlock pick if you want to try and go with that route on the defensive side. And on the attacker side, it'll just be nice to not have to worry about the Daredevil. And I think, like, considering that you had smoke on the Bucky and you made the swap over onto the thing and it still wasn't enough to slow the dive composition down, you're kind of left with no option no matter what the composition is you want to play. You have to shut that Daredevil down. And to your point, like, yeah, maybe there is another dive hero on the field, but they're not going to be as strong, not as meta-defining as Daredevil. Like, sure, maybe you put Drag on the Spider-Man, but that's going to be a lot easier to deal with than Drag on the Daredevil.
Rogue on the reserve, though, from Triton Blue. Makes
with
sense.
The Gambit team up.
Yeah, you got the happy couple. You got the 50% of the Daredevil matchup that we had seen from the drop-down game 1. This reserve, it probably has to be a strategist. Cloak and Dagger's gone. Okay, never mind. No Loki. Gambit reliability. If I'm Triton, I'm banning out probably Invis.
I mean, yeah, but you're also limiting your own backline if you do that. I mean, a Gambit is going to be there. The other options are Invis. Luna is also, I think, a little bit underrated. Probably going to be getting a buff into this next season.
I feel like
Rocket,
Triton,
another good choice.
I'm feeling confident enough to not really worry as much.
Ooh. If I'm Texas A&M, I'm not feeling very confident at all. Where last round you protected the ban pool, this time you're going to use your last ban on it, which I think shows a little bit of shaken confidence. And there's an Adam Warlock ban, and I like that coming out from Triton. If you can't play the Daredevil and you can't scout it out, might as well not deal with it at all. Force a traditional 2-2-2 or a pseudo 2-2-2, as the Mantis did get through. So triple strategist is available. Whether that's something Texas A&M opt to play is entirely up to them. They would have the Groot team up for it, but it's definitely not what they were gaming for. Like, you can tell based on what Texas A&M were trying to go for, that probably wasn't it, so we're most likely going to see them default to a 2-2-2. And that's scary, because Triton Blue just bested them on a 2-2-2 with this Rogue, who now gets the Gambit team up, and Rogue is every bit as strong as Daredevil, but with a beefier health bar.
That's right. The only difference now is that we were relying on the Daredevil mostly for that information through the walls. We won't have that ability anymore, but frankly, again, you have audio cues, you have timing, you really don't need it. So I'm curious to see what Drag's going to bring out. That's the Wolverine. It should be the same game plan, more or less, maybe just more front-centered than off in the angles.
It might end up prompting another thing swap to come out from Texas A&M, and that's another situation where they would be kind of on the back foot, not really playing what it is that they want to play. Without access to the Vanpool, Dio going to be on the Magneto to kick things off. And I do think that the Wolverine is going to feast on Kale Salad right now on that Groot. Like, that is pretty much what the Wolverine pick is entirely for.
That is not the Canadian's diet.
Yeah, no, it's typically a little bit more Canadian bacon, syrup, poutine. Love poutine.
Oh yeah, poutine's really good.
Realistically, America should steal poutine. It's too good to let the Canadians have also themselves.
Stolen enough? No, actually, no, I guess not.
We can always take a little bit more. Texas A&M looking to take a little bit more space here, walking up through the choke, and this is going to be a tough ask, especially when we know that aforementioned Canadian is lurking. I'm not sure if he got anyone on that Pharaoh leap, but Nonetheless, that is actually one thing less to worry about, and Texas A&M can at least get themselves closer to the point. And now as Drag has been felled, Anki able to take that one down. Now it's go time for Texas.
That's right. Invisible Boundary is set up and ready to go. Raging Royal Flush is the same. Dragon's fallen, and so is I Hit Your Head. The two duel is gone. Even though Rogue was available, Drag will go for an early portal. It's fragmented out, it's staggered. But with the stall factor of having ZX go for the Invisible Boundary, this will be good enough to help people get back in, especially the Rogue. Oh, lordy. Is it? No, portal, maybe? Meteor M? Snipe, 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 snipe! That's gonna be Anki gone. Unbelievable. No Galactic Legend just yet, but a quick first back over will help out a lot. But Texas A&M are hitting back with a force. This is certainly not the same Triton we had seen back on the domination matchup. No Daredevil, only the Rogue for that front line attack. I Hit Your Head goes for the Spider-Man.
It was good scouting early on to take down Drag and get Texas A&M the opportunity to get themselves on the point there. And off the back of that KO, they just parlay that into a seemingly permanent man advantage. And despite Triton Blue being willing to invest to try and come back, Texas A&M are able to hold strong and do so with a decent ult bank coming over into this next point here. They're going to have a Galactic Legend, which I don't see an answer for. You look at the Invisible Woman for Triton Blue, only halfway to that Invisible Boundary. I'm wondering if Anki is going to be privy to the opportunity that is before them right now.
Might just have to be a peel and hide around the environment. There's so many nooks and crannies on Clintar that you're able to evade the galactic surface at the cost of so much space that this convoy could use to push up. Let's see though. Raging Royal Flush is just seconds away, but it's descending down thanks to Heartbreaker. That's a divorce if I've ever seen one. But even through it all, in the flurry of ultimates that we see, the bank for Texas A&M is still looking fantastic.
The bank is looking good, but the bang not quite. As Super Ego gonna take down Dio there, and we still have this Heartbreaker going full force. Azu Thanos with another divorce there, taking down the Gambit on the other side, and Triton Blue able to hold strong here. And I mentioned how Anki had that window of opportunity with the Invisible Boundary not yet online. It wasn't even with the KO, but I Hit Your Head with just a little bit of damage, forcing Anki back, closes that window, and then confirms the KO while Anki is still shook. And now this Galactic Legend is going to have to wait for that Invisible Boundary to be baited out by other means, or maybe you use it as a follow-up for Smoke to pop that Kraken Impact. But one way or another, it is now an obstacle that you have to find a way to deal with.
Galactic Legend pressures out on Dragon. You don't want to bring out Final Judgment. When this ult's available, you'll get locked right on, and it's a matter of seeing who can click faster. The Invisible Boundary's out and underway. Of course, Raging Royal Flush right on top. Now is the Final Judgment. And again, Dragon having a much slower game too, needs to find that impact right here, right now. Stem the bleeding, make things okay, and hope for the best and make Texas A&M fight for this space. There's a lot of space to fight, but no elims, no KOs whatsoever off of these ults.
Dragmet did a lot more than stem the bleeding. He started bloodletting there, and a couple of easy KOs coming through, and Super Ego good for a couple as well, and Texas A&M seemingly have burned out on this attack. With 220 in the time bank, they don't have a good offensive tool to try and take any sort of space here. Like, you could use the Invisible Boundary offensively, sure, but that is worst case scenario, and especially when you're staring down the barrel of a potential Heartbreaker or a potential Raging Royal Flush, you need to hold on to that. So it's gonna be up to Zeruai to try and build up to a Royal Flush and use that as your tool, or Smoke to hit a crazy hook. What even was that?
Good lord, Smoke, and through it all, I Hit Your Head. A wonderful snipe off of Ensong Inferno. You have Invisible Boundary directly on top. And guess what? This just buys more time for ultimates to be perked up. It's Anki, 70% Galactic Legend. Will be coming out momentarily. Blink if you miss it, it'll be out. Another Invisible Boundary underway. This is Kid in a Candy Shop City for Texas A&M. You don't have to worry about those ults anymore. Just Raging Royal Flush once Galactic Legend is ready in just a few seconds.
Is Anki going to be able to get that in time? It looks like Zeruai just going to go ahead and pop it right away. Galactic Legend is going to be online just in time, but Meteor Rev absorbing the lion's share of the damage, but that is only going to be a temporary reprieve as Anki on the back end is able to find two. I Hit Your Head falling as well, and that is 3 easy KOs for Texas A&M. Looking to parlay that into a 4th, potentially 5th, but Triton Blue have evacuated the dance floor, but nevertheless, Tail Salad has managed to tango with Thanos, and that is going to be enough to get this cart inching closer towards that finish line there on point B. For a retake potentially from Triton Blue, but his drag falls courtesy of that Iron Volley from Dio. It looks like it's not going to be enough. Kale Salad holding up the shield, looking to hold the door, but a couple of stragglers still getting in. But all they are going to find is a grave.
Not a pretty grave at that, too. Dragman does have Final Judgment set up and ready to go. A portal expended. 2 minutes on the clock. You'd have to wait till OT for that next one to come on out for Triton's side. They could try to fight for that space, but they cannot give up anymore. Again, my eyes on the duelist. Triton Blue found so much impact. We don't even have the Rogue anymore.
Swapped off of it over onto the Doctor Strange. That was to facilitate that teleport, but we're stuck on it nonetheless as the fight is about to break out. You can't afford to go back and make that swap back over onto the Rogue, so Texas A&M have a golden opportunity. Now that the dive is not going to be coming, they can just take the brawl fight that they've been wanting all map long, and Smoke is going to have a crack and impact. I said keep your eye on this guy if he starts to come online. I Hit Your Head has done a good job of trying to keep him in check so far, and looking to do the same here, but can't quite get it done as the invisible boundary saves the day.
That's right, Final Judgment's out, and it's a gigantic wall, quite literally of invisibility. That HP was seemingly nowhere to be found. That's at least going to be one gone. No more Raging Royal Flush, putting them on a deficit off a Snappy. Eye of Agamotto descends from above into a cleanse. Kale Salad making everybody choke. Smoke's there for the inhalation. And anywhere you look, it's Triton Blue being forced back on this defense. A very, very far cry from map number 1. But guess what, CB? It keeps on going. Spawn break yet again. This was a moment back on Hell's Heaven where we saw a complete ult dump into a reversal from Triton Blue. They don't have nearly as many ults. It's just invisible boundary. It's Meteor M. Galactic's Legend right on top, and they're still not finding impact. Meteor M to the face. Agamotto to the eyes. And even then, Dio slicing and dicing people to get all 3 points for their attacking side.
That's such a good play from Texas A&M, trying to hold the door, forcing the over-commitment from Triton Blue and the ultimates, and just holding on to that Meteor M, and all Dio needs to find is one to put it all to bed, and he finds the best one that you can find. I Hit Your Head, and I Hit Your Head got his own head hit there with that Meteor coming up from above, and I love the way that that play came out there from Texas A&M. It was just clinical, everything. Despite a few heroics from Super Ego, there was a moment where I got worried. Super Ego has a habit of threading the needle and finding Zeruai specifically. You see those 4 deaths. I think at least 3 of them were at the hands of Super Ego, just somehow managing to get the shot on target where it needed to be. But even without that Royal Flush, Texas A&M can still brute force it. And when Zeruai comes back, it's that plus the Galactic Legend, and Triton have no choice but to drain the bank.
At the damage output from Triton Blue's attack, and
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm a little
Get
nervous.
ready.
You do have the Emma, and that's good, and so with the Moon Knight, but Dragon on the Star-Lord,
think they can see
you
right
have to
through
play
me.
that same
I
displacement
bet
game
you've
as you
heard
would
that
on a
before, too,
melee
huh?
like Daredevil, but I just don't know if that damage output's there.
Well, if you want damage output, you can look to the moon. So I Hit Your Head gonna pick up the Moon Knight, and it's another good pseudo counter to the Groot that Kale Salad is gonna be coming out the door with. You know, there's a lot of damage you can put out on those walls, break it down pretty early. Use the Star-Lord to just go around the walls. Star-Lord doesn't really interact too much with Groot walls, ideally, so when it comes to damage, Triton Blue do have what it takes, I think, on this composition, but it's an interesting look from Dragman, like you mentioned. It's not necessarily the same as the melee heroes we're used to seeing him play.
Surely the idea must be to farm out Galactic Legend, go up above and beyond the Groot walls, now that they know they exist, and maybe try to force out Invisible Boundary early?
That would be ideal, but you're also looking to try and get some frontline damage from I Hit Your Head, who is in a bit of a sticky situation, and the Groot walls are doing a good job of segmenting him. Super Ego is going to fall trying to save his compadre there, and Smoke starting to come online again, and this is a good first defense from Texas A&M. This is what we need to see. If you let Triton just get the wind in their sails and run right over you like they did on Hell's Heaven, you're never going to be able to recover, so you need to make sure you're in control the entire time, and a couple of good early KOs, great way to do it.
If Texas A&M finally find their proper footing from map number 1, they are looking fantastic. First team wipe goes in their favor. Triton Blue, I don't believe have gotten a KO just yet. Look at the old economy though. 2 have gone online. That's gonna be the double Vanguard ultimate setup and ready to go. Strangling Imprison's the first to be procced out. Invisible Boundary in response, possibly soon from Triton Blue's side. Meteor M could be a great shutdown tool if Zixer wants to bring out that Invisible Boundary. It's just a matter of when, not if. Raging Royal Flush comes out instead. Will it be enough though? I hit your head, down from behind, looks for a snipe. Can they find it? Yes, they can. Super Ego again on the board, looking great for I hit your head, finding so many headshots. Who would have thought? Dragnet again to the Spider-Man.
That's just to ensure the cap here, and Super Ego has done a whole lot more than get on the board. He was able to find the back line again, taking down Druminix, and also getting Zerai low. So even though you have that Raging Royal Flush, which isn't a great defensive tool in its current iteration, you're still a little bit gun-shy. You don't want to end up beefing that ultimate, trying to pop it, and then dying in the middle of casting it. That's the worst-case scenario there, so once that KO onto the Invis Woman comes out, the fight's essentially won. But now here's that aforementioned Royal Flush, and Galactic Legend to pair with it. Anki looking to try and put in the hurt. Can Triton Blue parry it? I hit your head certainly cannot.
Oh, look at this meltdown from Anki. That's exactly what you want. Hand of Contra had come down. No KOs found. Kale Salad helping out with Anki. A near team wipe. I hit your head on the respawn now. Dragnet, I don't think affected by either one of those ults, is seemingly nowhere to be found.
Yeah, where is Spider-Man right now? I don't think Anki knows either. You can say he might be. I mean, look at him, like Anki's head is on a swivel. He's looking for this Spider-Man, wants to know where Mr. Parker is going to be striking from. And with that spectacular spin online, it's wise not to get too complacent.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the invisible boundary from Drummix. That could be a good shutdown value. There is Kraken Impact set up and ready for smoke. He's elevated above, maybe looking for a chance to proc it down. There it is, Vinny! It's a shutdown again!
I'm not sure how, but Dragman did end up in that strangling prison and did feel the full wrath of smoke. And this is where it's going to start to get dangerous. I keep talking. You got to stop this guy from coming online. I hit your head up until right about now has done a good job of it, but now Texas A&M are able to set him up for success. And when he keeps hitting shots like that, the tracking on the Rata Stern shots before the Kraken Impact even come out, crystal clean. The hooks just as good.
There we go. Meteor M looking to shut down that Gambit, potentially finds no impact whatsoever. Smoke does take down the Moon Knight. That's spinning huge damage factor. Spectacular spins. Spinning away. The Beyblade, though, finds nothing in the process. Another strangling in prison comes through. And there's no impact.
Still going to be enough for Texas A&M to come back in and get a retake here. Good mag bubble to save Anki's life there. And Triton still haven't managed to get this cart rolling, and they need to dislodge this Star-Lord before Zorai comes back with the Raging Royal Flush to combo with this Galactic Legend, because again, like, you have the invisible boundary, sure, but you aren't going to be able to take space with that. All you can do is not lose it, and Meteor M, oh no, now we've double dipped on the defensive utility. Somehow we find Druminix though.
Okay. LeBron shot of the century, sure, man. Why not? It's going to be a shutdown, though. Two valuable ults in Texas A&M, nullified by one. That's going to be the invisible boundary gone. Kraken Impact set up and ready to go. Already procced out, not finding a lot of value in the process. But here's the thing, though. 2 minutes left on the clock. The stall, so sound, so good. All Texas A&M have to do is just keep it up.
Yeah, but they're going to have to keep it up at least for the short term until that Invis Woman comes back. Druminix is still not back with the rest of the formation, and Texas A&M are shook. This is the kind of situation where you can make misplays, you can make overreactions, and one of those will be more than enough for Triton Blue to seize the opportunity as they are coming up on some ultimates. Raging Royal Flush, 81% to Zerurai's 88%. Who is going to flinch first? Dio is going to alleviate the pressure.
Kale's been so scary on these strangling prisons, at least getting a double KO every single time. Maybe not even an ult necessary. That's one. Just has to get the other half of the puzzle now. Dragman's gone. I hit your head. No longer Moon Knight. Now trying to mirror up against Smoke on the Winter Soldier. An ult, not even necessary. Everyone dialed back.
And that 5v6 for Texas A&M, that was the worst of it. Now they got the Invis Woman back. Druminix is there with the invisible boundary in tow. A lot of ults about to come online with under a minute left. This might be the last fight, and it's going to be a bloody one.
Get your lungs ready! Let's see what happens out here. Meteor M was bought out, Super Ego, no impact, Tail Salad, imprisonment, and directly on top, a counter is in play. So many ults at once. The entire nuclear arsenal has been brought out. It's mutually assured destruction. And for the first time, it feels on this map, CB, Triton Blue get a team wipe.
I would argue only half of the nuclear arsenal has been expended because Texas A&M only used the strangling prison.
My God,
I think they
you're
saw
right.
the overreaction from Triton Blue and they said, okay, this fight's chalked, we go next. We have enough space to play with, we have the ults to play with. Now, if you're Triton Blue, you're staring down the barrel of a Raging Royal Flush and a Galactic Legend. What do? The answer very well might be perish.
Hit in a candy store moment once again. Royal Flush, you have Anki on Galactic Legend. No counterplay available. The only ones that could are now eliminated. You're stuck in a small house. A fist to the face is what you get. And that Smoke once more having a field day against all of Triton Blue. We're looking to go to game number 3.
Dragamit with some fancy footwork there, trying to get the touches, trying to buy the time for Super Ego to get the touch, but it doesn't come through. No portal play, no theatrics, just heroics. Texas A&M play that defense on point B to near perfection. And again, we kind of go back to that fight where, like you said, oh, the nuclear arsenal got expended completely. Nuh-uh, my friend. Texas A&M, they invested just enough to force Triton Blue to flinch. And flinch they did, and perish they did once Anki came in with that Galactic Legend and the Rage and Royal Flush combo. 13 final blows for Anki, and not to be outdone, 17 for Smoke and 14 for Kale Salad. This is Texas A&M now starting to fire on all cylinders off of one of the most interesting pick and ban drafts that I think we've seen all night long. And if that keeps up, I feel like the momentum might be in Texas's favor now.
Yeah, maybe a little overzealous from Triton Blue back over there, allowing the Daredevil to not get reserved, instead keeping that Gambit originally, removing the Elsa. Could potentially have been hindering themselves even from the beginning. It was the duelist, I feel, on Triton that struggled the most, constantly swapping off to different picks, trying to get something going. Had they had an Elsa, had they had their Daredevil, could have been a different story.
I think you're absolutely right, and the scoreline also shows that, because both duelists on the side of Triton with 14 deaths a pop. Like that is the struggle bus right there. Like you're not living, you're definitely losing the exchanges, and you need to keep Smoke in check. And again, like I said, I Hit Your Head was doing a decent job of that with some of the shots on the Phoenix, but not good enough, because he was still being enabled, he was still being pocketed, and he was still able to be the star of the show for this team. And when you weren't looking at Smoke, you were forced to look to the skies where Anki was lurking, with a little bit of help from the Master Thief.
Heading to Araco next. Normally we would have a break here, but I think the teams are, well, oiled up like an engine, ready to go.
Thank you for adding in like an engine. I appreciate you clarifying.
I was thinking about that for a second.
Oh, thankfully these teams are oiled up and ready to go for next map on Araco.
Good for them. Good for them if they are. But Araco's the place to go. I feel like that's also a very humid map. I'd want to be, well, oiled up and ready to go in that respect as well. We are heading over there momentarily to see what the bans will look like. And again, I sound like such a broken record, CB, but my God, that Daredevil either has to be reserved or you got to get a new strategy.
Yeah, I mean, Dragamit just didn't seem to have the same impact on the Wolverine. Like in theory, the idea was there, but once it was scouted out, and it was so much easier to scout out than the Daredevil, it kind of forced Dragamit to be playing behind the 8-ball, forced the mirror on the Star-Lord composition. Going the other way, if you're Triton, maybe you go for a Star-Lord ban, just so that you don't have to take that particular mirror duel. Maybe you just kind of, play into the Bucky ban or not the Bucky ban, but like the Bucky mirror, and try, maybe get the better of Smoke in that exchange. It's kind of rough, like the biggest problem was the Daredevil, and now that that's been solved for Texas A&M, if you're Triton, like you have to try and find a way to respond back. Like you.
Yeah, I just don't feel like there's really a ban response from Triton's end that I think would solve all their problems. It's just the reserve, really. I think having the Rogue there for the Protect was important. It didn't have as much impact as I think either I myself thought or Triton would have thought. We saw at the beginning for the defense, that didn't last very long. So hopefully now maybe we'll see more of an importance over on that front, and ASU Thanos can remain on the group. It's a little bit more unorthodox, but if they want to employ that same domination procedure, they could find impact.
I think Araco is a great map for the group, but we saw Kale Salad also being quite proficient on that group.
True.
So it's kind of like, you're looking at the Vanguard lineups and you're seeing a lot of similarities in the heroes that they will lean towards. And, whether it's Dio or whether it's Super Ego on the Vanpool or on the Magneto, they're both getting crazy value on these picks. Kale Salad and ASU Thanos are both playing the group quite well. It's a good map for all of those heroes, to be quite honest with you. And I think that's also something that you have to worry about while you are also trying to protect the Daredevil and potentially protect the Rogue as well. If you want to get ASU Thanos onto that Rogue, can you get there with the Gambit as well? Like, there's a lot of things that you need to protect. You only get 2 protects, and a lot of bans you have to dodge if you want to be able to play your game here. So I kind of agree with your assessment that there's really no like one-size-fits-all pick or ban option here for Triton Blue. They kind of are going to just have to knuckle up and play without the Daredevil if they can't get it through the draft.
Pure Copium, too, could be that Triton just was not comfortable on a convergence map like Symbiotic Surface. Some teams just don't perform well when it's a 50-50 like that. Texas A&M, first ban. Loki, okay. Not the insta-ban onto the Daredevil, though Loki, I think, is much more of a one-size-fits-all.
I agree. Yeah, Loki is too strong, and especially against a team that wants to try and play the Gambit, you are happy to take that mirror. You don't want to give up the double Gambit, as we said 1,000 times, and even still, like a double Cloak and Dagger is just as annoying sometimes. Good early pick and ban there from Triton Blue. Okay, so because of that Loki ban coming out the gate though from Texas A&M, you do give up that Daredevil Protect and also a Elsa ban as well. So I don't know, like right out the gate, like I'm kind of feeling this going back Triton Blue's way.
Yeah, that Daredevil had such a swing potential from games 1 to 2. Groot's going to be reserved from Texas A&M side. We did see Kale Salad absolutely pop off and make a lot of game-setting plays off of the hands of the Groot these last 2 maps, so not terribly surprised that we see the importance rely onto that hero. Angela being banned out, possibly to help with a, make the backline attack a lot weaker, but I think the response here for Triton is going to be an immediate reserve on Rogue.
It's going to be a ban onto the Gambit. So no team up if they decide to go with that Rogue Protect, but I do kind of agree. A Rogue Protect would be smart. Vanpool Protect would also be quite smart. I mean, how quickly we forget about Super Ego on the Vanpool. Outright diffing Dio, who I touted as a player to watch early on in the fight. Interesting pick and ban phase out here. I think another thing we kind of might want to keep our eye on going forward is going to be these strategists, because aside from, the Gambit and the Loki, we haven't really touched them a whole lot. There's going to be a Cloak and Dagger Protect, which I think should spell an opening. I'm wondering, with this last ban, though, do Triton Blue try and target either the Star-Lord or the Bucky? I mean, there's a little bit of target banning coming out from Texas. There's that Rogue ban.
Triton used their last ban last map on Adam Warlock. Could be a possibility, but I'm inclined to agree with you, CB. I definitely think there should be more of a direct counter.
So, I mean, like, Smoke, Smoke, I think, is the biggest priority, and when he is on that Bucky and he is cooking, you got to get him out of the kitchen, or else he'll burn the whole house down. And it's your house, and it's your kitchen, so get him out of there as quickly as you can. He's also got hands on other heroes, but, while he's got the hot hand on Bucky, you're going to want to shut that one down. I think the duelists, for the most part, have decided the series thus far, and this is a really good ban draft for Triton Blue. They get the Bucky, they take away Smoke's favorite toy, and they get to put Drag back on his favorite toy. Overall, pretty solid.
Yeah, overall, pretty solid. Texas A&M having the Rogue ban, I think, will be a very decisive choice as well. You do get to keep the Vanpool, which is the difference maker between this last map and this one here. We didn't see a lot of impact off of the Rogue without the Daredevil. Could that have also been just the fact that it was a different map? It was, non-domination? Maybe, but I think Super Ego on this Vanpool now will give a lot more frontline pressure. That was also missing from the last map.
Yeah, and it does kind of give me echoes of the comp that Triton is playing of Hell's Heaven, where you would just send Super Ego and Dragment in there, and that's just a 1-2 punch. Whoever that banhammer is on, that's an easy elim waiting to happen for Drag. They can't fight back because every shot they miss, or that, I don't remember if deflects also count for the banhammer, but I think up against a Daredevil who's strong, even if you can fight back, he'll take you down nonetheless.
Smoke immediately goes for a counter pick this time around. Remember, the Daredevil was reserved, so it pretty much telegraphs what Triton Blue wants to bring. Smoke is not going to waste any time. Goes for the Namor, and it's the first to be KO'd.
Yeah, I hit your head on a good angle to keep that Namor in check, and Dio now trying to clear that angle so that you can, at the very least, walk up, because you can't get any cart progress while you have 2 ranged heroes over here, and without the Namor, it's going to be up to Dio. Got a little bit of help there. Unicorn Bubble as well. Guardian Shield on the other side, trying to chunk through, and force I hit your head back into a formation, and now that Triton Blue are all corralled together, this is the time for Texas A&M to strike.
Dragman. In a world of pain, it seems like maybe a literal sliver of HP. I'm not too sure what was going on down there, but slowly but surely that convoy is moving. I am liking what we're seeing from the Vanpool from Dio's side, though. It's creating a lot more extra space, giving an opportunity for Anki to push up and, well, almost take a solo fight. BRB is out, allows a respawn back in, but more and more space is being desperately lost from the attacking team.
This is really difficult. It's basically using your spawn door as a choke, the same way as the chokes on Hell's Heaven were used as chokes. With this composition for Triton Blue, all they really have to do is run at you, sans I Hit Your Head, who can just play whatever angle makes you the least comfortable, and then you have to worry about both clearing that and clearing drag on whatever flank he might be on. Luckily, it's the same angle this time around, so it should be easy pickings for Dio, but Dio is going to be scared once he sees that two-man hit squad, plus the Cloak and Dagger Protect on the angle there, and oh no, the Rock left all alone.
Oh no. On the bridge, everyone else taking isolated fights. Ong from the far, far away, maybe good for the Ensong Inferno in just a few moments to help save Rocket's life.
Oh.
Not necessary. Just a simple left flick will do the job.
What a hero from Anki, just stopping that game of cat and mouse, and a lot of card progress has already happened while we were all focusing on that particular game, and a res on a Kale Salad, Dio with a shot to the dome of Super Ego. Eternal Bond to try and slow things down, but Texas A&M are starting to get the wheels rolling finally.
The nuclear arsenal back up once again, though. Going to be procced out by the double Eternal Bond. Zorio is going to bring out the second one here to get that extra heal after Snappy's dissipates. Tail Salad does have the Strangling in prison, but it's going to be ASU Thanos and the hands of the invisible boundary from Triton
Cap comes
Blue
through.
to be the first ones to have it happen. What can this reposition off of Anki, though? Could this be a late Ensong Inferno? Could this be the ultimate extra credit? Not even necessary. Everyone's flushed away.
That's best case scenario for Texas A&M. They get the cap and they force Triton Blue onto the back foot. And like you said, the Ensong Inferno could come out, but the fact that you're able to find that stagger without even needing it is just icing on the cake. And now they can carry this one over, get more progress off of it, take more space away from Triton Blue. And that makes it so much harder for Dragman to get into a good position to pop that Let the Devil Out. I don't like that they're repealing, or they're receding back over onto the cart and giving this space up. Even though it does force Triton Blue into a choke, it does give them an opportunity to clamp down on him.
Damage banned out, but there is the CYI. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier ultimate off a rocket could be enough to give some damage boost, but through it all, threading quite literally the needle. That's going to be a huge snipe up against Triton Blue side. ZX is gone, and through it all, Anki again, a positioning demon, is utilizing the Groot walls to hide around and take these simple snipes away. The Daredevil, are they aware? No! Smoke and Anki take up the double duo and take down Dragman, and that's nearly point two.
Another Eternal Bond coming out from Snappy. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to answer. That's going to be a damage amp. Or sorry, that's going to be an Ensong Inferno to break the damage amp. And it's looking like Triton Blue have done enough as they're going to find two easy KOs. Kale Salad and Smoke now going to fall, make it 4. And a near team wipe. Druminix nowhere to be found. And that's probably all for the better.
Yeah, for a while, it was looking Texas A&M dominant again, despite the fact that we talked about... Oh, hello. Despite the fact that the Daredevil was very important for the draft. Okay. Well, hello, everybody. Back to us.
Did you miss us?
I did.
I can tell you, Anki did not miss that Ensong Inferno. Bro came through like an Exocet missile straight into the back line. It's a good recovery from Triton to lose out on an Invis woman in a fight like that and still give up just enough space to be able to come back and reclaim the point and then win the fight handily. Admittedly, potentially with a bit of lag or DC or game crash or whatever happened to Anki to initiate that pause. But hey, you take those.
Yeah, the world may never know. Gotta say, so far, it feels pretty even again. I did like this team wipe that we had seen coming out from Triton just before the pause. I think finally now, besides that initial choke, we were seeing now the team get onto the back heel, or sorry, on the front heel again. So, we're going back into the game. Pause is out of the way. Don't know what the pause is for, but we'll have to wait and see now with an ult advantage on Triton Blue's side, what they could bring to the table.
The important thing, though, is that Dragment is going to have the opportunity to lurk, and I Hit Your Head is going to have the opportunity to set up the pinch, and Texas A&M are going right where they want it, but Anki comes in aggressively. Whatever that pause was for, bro came back refreshed.
Yeah, maybe hit a sip of the Wenzel's meat stick, got himself pretty refreshed up and feeling good.
A sip
about
of
things.
the meat stick.
That's right, sip of the meat stick. Let's see, though, what the invisible boundary can do. Meat sticks all around for the winners of these games. ASU Thanos again, strangling in prison, making sure nobody can escape. It's Alcatraz of trees. It's a meltdown. Dragman finally back into the fray. The feed all Dragman and ASU Thanos.
Well, luckily for Dragman, like I said, he was able to lurk and get a good angle, and even though you lose I Hit Your Head early on in that fight, there's still the opportunity. There's still the timing factor that comes into play. When Texas A&M are so laser focused on trying to win the fight, after they realize they have a man advantage, they forgot to pin down the most important man. And now he's lurking right about where I suspect he was last time around and getting to pick his target. And it looks like Raccoon might be on the menu once again.
Delicious. Let's see, though. Will it work for Dragman? We're looking down, seeing a huge source of information. Anki does have Ensong Inferno available. Ult economy's looking pretty good, though. Snappy could initiate things off of the Eternal Bond and play a full stall game. 50 seconds is left on the clock now, but Anki falls, drops, unaware of the Daredevil, forced to go for a quick escape. Hopefully can't proc out ult just yet. Smoke is trying to retaliate, though. Reposition off the hands of, well, really the Horn of Proteus or maybe even the Monstros. Has to use everything in the arsenal there to hope that things can work out well. It's going to be the Eternal Bond first. Make that maybe an invisible boundary there second. With the feed again, it's all Triton Blue.
20 seconds left for Texas A&M, and that kind of felt like their best Hail Mary play. That was a damage-amped Horn of Proteus that I think caught onto a Guardian Shield, and a lot of the damage nullified. They weren't able to translate that into any elims, and now with only 10 seconds left, Smoke has to go for a portal play. Kale Salad, the only one on Texas A&M with an ultimate, and a lot coming online for Triton, and it's going to be a hell of a defensive utility to try and break through.
Portal's out, not too far away from getting P2 confirmed in your arsenal. You'll buy more time, get out of overtime, but again, we see the strangling boundary combo, and it's Thanos! Oh my lord, the trees have taken back control!
I think that was the whole point of Arako, is for the trees to take back control, or for Arako to become Krakoa. I forgot about the actual lore of this map. I just know Ultron bad, Groot good. That's kind of my assessment. And I mean, Triton Blue's defense, very good as it turns out. They did a great job on point A. I mean, and I got to give props to Texas A&M because I did not think they were going to be able to get out of that one with as much time as they did. But they do stall out towards the end of point B, and that sets up Triton Blue with an easy win condition if they can get themselves in that tempo, in that groove that they were on Hell's Heaven, the one that we've been waiting to see from them pretty much ever since that point. We didn't get to see it essentially at all on Symbiotic Surface, but now that they've got the picks, they got the bans, they got the draft that they wanted, and they get to play the comp that works out so well for them, all it's going to take is a couple of early KOs, and they should be gravy.
ASU Thanos has 10 final hits, 15 elims, and is skyrocketing those stats out of the server compared to everybody else.
Triton Blue, Dragman hovering the Wolverine. I think that might be trolling. I think because you got to go back to the Daredevil. Even if you see a Groot on the other side, even if you want to play for hard counters, you just got to play your comfort pick. That Daredevil is so impactful. It could be, and it could just be trying to hunt for that Groot, get an early frag, and then swap back over onto the Daredevil once you have the space to kind of move about and set up and pick your spots. I think that might be a good way to look at it. You also do have to worry about this particular angle here, though, is Smoke alongside Dio. They'll probably expect Smoke to be here. I don't think they'll expect Dio.
No, the double trouble here would be huge. But again, the Wolverine, if you want to get up close and personal, claw your way past that 1v2, that could be a good way of distracting critical members of the team and allow the main forces to push on forwards into the convoy. ASU Thanos, opening pick, already going to the favor of Groot. It's Groot versus Groot, and things are looking pretty nasty.
I hit your head, gonna take down Smoke there, and yeah, whether it was Dragman on the Wolverine or whether it was by other means, getting that early frag onto the Groot just completely nullifies Texas A&M's ability to hold that point, and now Triton Blue can start to take all the space. Good Unicorn Bubble as well from Super Ego just to stuff the re-engage from Texas A&M. Even though it would have been a half-hearted re-engage, if that, slows it down and gives Triton Blue the opportunity to take up their positions again. So now Dragman can start to lurk on the Wolverine and again try and hunt for that pick off onto Kale Salad wherever he may be.
A lot of what we see in terms of the map environment does come down to very defensive corners to be held. Very curious to see where Dragman can hold and maybe get a kitty off with somebody. I'm not too sure. There we go. Deadpool ult is out. Dragman once again just straight up targeting Kale Salad over and over.
And Song Inferno from Anki is going to be a token resistance as this cap will be coming through. Anki giving a little bit more, but it's going to be a hefty time bank going into point B. 5 minutes to cap point B, and
yikes.
The card stopped just shy of that checkpoint. It's still a win condition for either side, but the momentum is very much so in Triton's favor. Dio with a good frag there on I Hit Your Head Might swing things the other way just a tad, but you're going to need more than a tad if you want to stop the ult bank Triton Blue are coming up with. Only lacking in that Banhammer. Everything else is about to be on deck, and only an invisible boundary on your side. Potentially an Eternal Bond if you're able to build up to it, but that's good for maybe 2 fights if you cycle them well. 1 if Triton try to invest more heavily. And, I mean, you can afford to invest quite heavily. To be honest with you, 420 in the time bank, you can let it all rip and build up to another 5 ult fight.
Oh, let it rip, I sure will. It's gonna be Dragman, though, to make his way far, far in. Smoke doesn't want any of that, though. Inhales it through, Dragman falls, and there we go, strangling in prison. Everybody falls at once. As soon as Dragman falls, he's trying to be the hard counter to Kale Salad. As soon as that Wolverine's gone, everybody else falls.
Super Ego is going to die with the Deadpool ult, so you're not going to be able to build up to that 6 ult advantage, but still 5 online. But if you're Texas A&M, that's best case scenario. It wasn't even a strategist ult, just 1 strangling prison, you're able to put the fight to bed. Triton Blue holding on to their tools and holding up the Dio as well, and Meteor M, I think, tried to come out. Dio tried to save his own life, but Snappy took him down.
Possibly imminent, Draggy. Looking for an opportunity to get their way in. Eternal Bond is out from behind, though. Again, you just want to keep targeting Kale Salad. They've been the biggest stopping force. They've been the biggest KO maker on the entire server. And Song Inferno being the secondary fire to all of these hits. It's the barrel leap out. Strategist gone. Trades are abound. Anki again has fallen. And Song Inferno does find some impact, but now the Phoenix is back onto the ground level. Anki is gone, Portal is out, and no ultimates to be seen at all except for Smoke. And I haven't seen that end Song Inferno come out just yet. But now, Invisible Boundary, Dragman onto the Spider-Man, not finding nearly as much impact onto the Wolverine anymore, but from the sides, Arai falls, make that choice over. Dragman, where has the Spider-Man been? Could there be a spectacular spin soon? Possibly. But guess what? There's more. It's the payload making its way all the way up.
Kale Salad has to swap over onto the Venom just to be able to get a touch as Dio already used the portal there, but coming out on the Doctor Strange again, a bit ill-advised, and I hit your head, taking down Zeruite, and I don't think there's going to be a touch as they stuff the door with the Groot walls, and Triton Blue are going to take the lead in this series 2-1, and their defense looked stellar, their attack looked just as, and Texas A&M getting snuffed out on Triton Blue's map pick. This is going back and forth, and if you're Texas A&M, you're staring down the barrel of match point. Your playoff dreams might very well go up in smoke if you can't get this next map under your belt.
Certainly a possibility, CB. Oh, man. I mean, where to begin with the stats page, huh? First of all, we saw ASU Thanos not have as impactful stats-wise of a second half. The first half was impeccable, but 25-2 overall is huge with 45,000 damage blocked.
Quite the impact coming out from those Groot walls, and I mean, like, it's tough, right? Like, if you're Texas A&M, like, what do you really do about that? Because yeah, I feel like you're just looking at that like it's a pick and ban problem, but you banned the correct things. You just kind of got banned out there by giving up the Daredevil and then also letting the Winter Soldier get banned. And then, like, if you don't ban that, you have to give up the Loki. Potentially, you have to give up the Rogue as well. You're going to have to pick your poison here, and it's starting to look like there is a lesser of two evils here, but it's not entirely clear which that is. And on your map pick, you're going to have to try and, factor that in.
It's hard, too, because if you want to ban out the Groot, that is Kale Salad's best hero that we've seen so far this series. Yeah, you could try to nullify ASU Thanos more, but like you said, then you have the Rogue to deal with. I don't really know what Kale Salad's arsenal looks like besides that 3 seconds of Venom.
I still feel very strongly that the Deadpool is the biggest threat here, and I think maybe you just go for the insta-ban on that because, even still on the Wolverine, I will say that Dragamint didn't look quite as good. There was some heroic plays coming out from the Spider-Man at the end there, but to be fair, both of those strategists were already 1 HP when the Spider-Man got there, so I'm not going to put too much stock in that. I think you just want to keep this guy off of the Daredevil and force him to play something that he's, maybe only an 8 out of 10 at and not a 10 out of 10 because staring down the barrel of a perfect 10, yikes.
Well, perfect 10 to me would be a 10-minute break. We're not going to go too far away. We're just going to have a small break before we get things set up for our next matchup. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Talk too much with strangers.
One game off of playoffs? Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Triton has gone through trials and tribulations to get to where they're at now. And it all came down to a single hero who has given us high hopes and crushing defeats, and that's Daredevil, CB.
And I sure hope for Texas A&M Maroon's sake that he is not born again in this next map, as it's match point. Triton, like you said, are one map away from playoffs, and if Texas A&M want to make it in their respective division and oust Triton Blue, they're going to have to win the next 2 maps back to back, and that's gonna be a tall order, especially when it feels like now Triton Blue have the pick and ban phase on lockdown. Right? Like,
yeah.
Like we were talking about beforehand, sure, you can ban that Daredevil, but it does mean giving up the Loki, and Loki is one of the most powerful tools in the entire arsenal right now. Everybody, no matter what your backline is, everybody loves to have a Loki because it just means you get 2 overpowered Stratus ults, and 2 is always going to be better than 1.
Very good, CB. I'm glad we all learned that too. But I'm very curious to see how it all plays out here. It could be the Loki ban. I hope it's not. But we're heading into our next matchup very momentarily. And frankly, again, you want to ban out something like the Groot, then I don't know what Kale Salad's arsenal is going to look like.
I think there is also potentially another way out, because it wasn't just the Daredevil going Triton Blue's way that was that hurt them. I think it was also Smoke losing out on the Bucky. The question, though, for me is that he lost out on that hero as he was starting to really heat up on that one, and definitely lost a fair bit of momentum not having access to that on Araco. He might need to kind of start up back again, not quite in 4th, 5th gear, maybe shifted down to 1st or 2nd, and that's not the best situation. You know, you're going to have to come out swinging if you're able to get a protect onto that one. Celestial Husk is where it is going to be taking us back to domination. I think this is also a gamble, considering how one-sided domination was the last time around. Hell's Heaven and Celestial Husk, not exactly the same, but sure hoping they don't play out the same way.
Yeah, I mean, that domination was very dominant coming up from Triton's side, and it's just when the team fights go in Triton's favor, it's an unstoppable force meeting an unmovable object. Triton Blue, we don't know if their ban is yet. Texas did get the Loki ban early on, and that's a very strong start. Very curious to see. Oh, it's Elsa.
We know we know it's going to be Elsa, and this is going to be, say it with me, Daredevil.
It's got to be, right?
You're really going to make me wait, Triton Blue? We all know it. You know it. I know it. You're going to protect the Daredevil. No, okay, make a liar out of me and protect the Vanpool. All right, okay. Fair enough. Also just as powerful of a tool, and I don't hate that, but now that opens up the door for Texas A&M to get that Daredevil off the field. I'd also recommend protecting the Winter Soldier if you can. They're going to go for the Gambit, so nobody is playing predictably this time around, and maybe that's for the best, I guess?
Daredevil ban.
Okay, all right. We're like 1 for 3 on guesses here.
Winter Soldier ban?
It's got to be, right? No, Star-Lord ban. I think that makes more sense, actually.
Yeah,
I think that makes more... Because, like, the Star-Lord composition on Celestial Husk was working out quite well for Texas A&M, and that was something that I don't think Triton Blue would feel as comfortable mirroring. It's also very strong on Celestial Husk, so I think I almost like that better. There's still a world where you get both, because there is still 1 ban left over, and I think Texas A&M might be too proud to go for a Bucky Protect, but I would be happy to be proven wrong here.
Could be a group protect.
It could be, but this is also not really a group map. Okay, so they are going to prove me wrong again, and I'm glad that they did, because that does mean that Smoke is at least going to get his best hero. If we're going to give Drag his, at least we're on even playing ground here. Spider-Man ban, don't know about that one. Maybe a little bit troll there.
Well.
Those strategists were already 1 HP when he got there.
Maybe it was emotional damage.
They saw the Spider-Man and their poor hearts couldn't take it.
They all had heart attacks on the field.
Hashtag me on strategist. There's the group ban coming through, this time from the side of Triton, and that's one of those bans that you keep calling out, but it really could go either way, because both Kale Salad and Thanos were both having stellar games back and forth on the Groot.
Yep.
It makes sense. Even though, like I was saying, Celestial Husk isn't the Grootiest of Groot maps, still not a bad ban, especially once we're kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty here, where we're really trying to target against what we do want to play.
Yeah, and Kale Salad played the group exceptionally well every single map that we've seen of them so far. The Rogue is available. We know that's the primary for ASU Thanos. They would play the group when Rogue wasn't available. I think a lot of pressure is going to come down to Kale Salad. They're already on the Strange. I imagine they're going to portal forwards. I really want to see if this Strange will stick or if they're going to go to a Venom that we saw them briefly lock in a few maps ago.
If you want to talk about pressure, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure right now on Smoke because this guy, I've highlighted him several times. He's at times been the hard carry for Texas A&M. He's been set up for success time and time again, and every time, you know, they've lobbed the pitch his way. He's knocked it out of the park, but he's got to hit another home run here just to keep Texas A&M alive, not just in this series, but in this entire tournament cycle. This is Texas A&M's playoffs hope right here. They are up against match point. If they do not win this map, they're gone.
Drag is on the Wolverine. We've seen 50-50 results, I would say. Not quite the Daredevil. Not quite the Spider-Man outside of that one play. Very curious to see how this goes out, though. Kale, again, no longer on the Groot, is the Doctor Strange instead. Makes that push-up immediately. Attempted pincer come through, but Dragman immediately gets dragged into the abyss. That's going to be them gone. Opening pick, Smoke in return. I hit your head is gone. A worthwhile trade, I would say.
And that opening salvo right there, Drummonic, someone we haven't talked a whole lot about, I think does kind of illustrate why Texas A&M maybe still did get the better of that pick and ban phase. The Strategist line was, for the most part, untouched, so you get to play the Invis Woman. Against a Wolverine, it's a lot easier than it is against a Daredevil. In fact, some would say Invisible Woman kind of hard counters the Wolverine, and we saw it in action right there. Good hook coming up from Smoke, always on point with these hooks, and Kale Salad is there to knock that one up there, but good kidnap onto Kale Salad. Can they confirm this KO onto him? I don't think they can. So it's a good start for Texas.
Exact strat from Dragman back on a Rocco. Make sure you can target out Kale Salad specifically, put them out of ISO, and make sure they cannot leave the charge. But that was on Groot, and that's usually the hard counter against Wolverine. Not quite the case this time around. Kale Salad goes up and above to protect out the Punisher. Is that going to be enough, though? Everyone backs away. A minor peel. 42% to Texas A&M.
Not a bad place for them to hold, especially when they have ults online. Banhammer and Kraken Impact. Banhammer is going to be coming out early on. Royal Flush coming out now from Snappy, and a Banhammer in return, and going to be enough to dispatch Smoke before that Kraken Impact comes out, and Texas A&M have no choice but to give ground.
Anki, though, Final Judgment could be ready. 95%, 99. Now Royal Flush could be set up and ready to go. Not too many bodies left. It would be a waste. A near team wipe up against Texas A&M.
I think you're okay with that. That was the Kraken, or sorry, that was holding on to the Kraken Impact, holding on to the Final Judgment, holding on to basically everything. You're about to have 5 ults coming online, and a Royal Flush and a Banhammer will both use 2 of the most powerful tools for Triton Blue just to be able to cap the point, and still at 65%. If you're Texas A&M, you have the tools to win this next fight and then also the next fight, and that's the whole point. Zerai gonna pop that Rage and Royal Flush. There is that Final Judgment. We just need to find the targets.
Royal Flush, a powerful stream going into the bowl. Let's see what Anki can find. It's a meltdown everywhere. Eternal Bond just in time. Endsong Inferno shut down. No, it wasn't. Just enough for Dragman to find the final hit. Oh, up against Anki, though. Feral Leaf is out. A triple KO from Dragman. He is back, tearing apart everybody on Texas A&M. And Anki now on that respawn timer's back. It has to wait for the rest of his team.
So well played from Triton Blue. The deck totally stacked against him in that fight, but they're able to play it just so perfectly in Dragman. Ever the opportunist, making us at times doubt this Wolverine pick, but not in that fight. That last stand was just as it needed to be. The last stand for Triton Blue that comes up and keeps them alive in that fight. 2 more ults to go, though, and only a Heartbreaker to retort. Triton Blue are going to have to pull more miracles out of a hat to keep this one going.
Oh, that has
there's one.
been decapitated. Tail Salad's gone. Invisible Boundaries out. What a Kraken Impact. What can you find? That's 1. Fish in a barrel, perhaps? Oh, yeah. Definitely fish in a barrel. That's 2 for Smoke. Possibly a 3rd. Somewhat stolen by Dio, but the job is done.
80% though from Triton Blue, and they're going to build up to another Royal Flush here. And that was, remember when I said Texas A&M had the tools to be able to win a fight and then carry it over to the next fight? Well, they lost the first fight, used the rest of their tools on this one, did finally win. Now they're out of tools, and they're staring up against a very scary Wombo combo Raging Royal Flush and Heartbreaker. No strategist ults to be able to retort with. You definitely don't want to mirror your Royal Flush into that. The best you can hope for is Dio to get a miracle Banhammer onto a backline, or maybe shut down that Royal Flush before it comes out. But as it's online, window closed.
Oh, Royal Flush, rocked out. ASU Thanos, what can you find? No Heartbreaker just yet. Just kidding, it's out now. Melting away everybody. Anki, they could shut this down right now. Final Judgment is out. Aimlessly firing it. Can they find much? No, it's going to be the Eternal Bond instead. So close. Kale Salad could bring out Agamotto. Play for the stall. Play for OT. Just anything, but no. It's a reset instead. Everybody again on Texas A&M is gone. Do they have a portal?
They do indeed have a portal. I think I Hit Your Head also used the portal, though, so Triton Blue aren't going to have any second chances. Kale Salad can pop the portal, also pop the Eye of Agamotto. And there's smoke, 85% to the Kraken impact. He needs to build up to this before Dragman can make something happen with this last stand. There is that portal. Everybody from Texas A&M coming through, and also Anki swapped to the Adam Warlock. That's risky.
It is so risky. You're losing a lot of firepower, but Smoke has been doing one heck of a job. So close to Kraken impact, and we could see no chance at all. The chance of an Eye of Agamotto was gone. Dragman again. He's playing around the stalk, the gigantic tree in the middle. And there it is, though. More usage! It's the Kraken arm bashing the skulls down of the enemy. Eye of Agamotto in return. I Hit Your Head. Gets his own head hit quite a bit more. That's going to be a double KO. However, through it all, Kale Salad, a really last-second maneuver, is trying to make his way over. Can he do so? Yes. ZX on the Jeff. Speed is a quantity. Drag on the Psylocke. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria, everything is upside down. Even Super Ego now on the off pick. The Angela brought out instead. Overtime, 99%, still in Texas A&M's favor. Glowing bar up above, take down the individual fights. Everyone playing for themselves. The Angela hiding away is so far pushed out of position. And yet, it might work.
There hasn't been enough damage to dispatch Kale Salad. He's got a piece of the Abyss. Only ultimate online right now. There's a bond as well. This Abyss coming out. So much damage and anti-healing onto Triton Blue. Dragonman is going to fall, and it looks so good. Texas A&M might have done it.
Eternal Bond? Could you use it? Solidify? It's Jeff! Hello! CYA! See you later, Jeffinator! It's gonna be him gone too! Dragman on the Punisher, also to the wayside! It's still overtime! It's still anybody's game! Kale Salad and Smoke! The Vanguard triple hitter!
It should have been won 2 fights ago, but it wasn't because Smoke came through with the Kraken impact, but it wasn't over there either, because 2 more KOs come back the other way. Super Ego is good for 2. It should have been over there, but it wasn't, because Dio then comes through and finds 2 more in return. And it should have been over there, but it also wasn't, because ZX6R comes through on the Jeff, says Hawk Tua, and just spits all over Dio's good name and keeps the fight alive. And it should have been over there too, but it wasn't, because Venom comes through, Kale Salad, and he lives for so long that the reinforcements all have time to march back up. And it's all academic at that point in time. So good from Texas A&M. You can feel the desperation from both sides. Triton Blue wants so desperately to cling to this lead that they have, and Texas A&M wants so badly to even the score and take us to a map 5 and keep their playoffs hopes alive. And that is peak Marvel Rivals in action. Carrying on to this next point here, Anki gonna stay onto the Adam Warlock. 96% to that Karmic Revival. You definitely want to keep that with this triple strat lineup. Texas A&M, I think you just stick with this as long as you can, but it's not the optimal composition from here on out. Triton Blue have the opportunity to switch to something a little bit more comfortable.
He's got to play it safe. Like you mentioned, though, minor hit scan off of the Adam pick will help out in big duels just like this. We waste no time. Kale goes straight in. Good lord. And shield destruction off of Dragman could find a lot of impacts here, and my god, they do. Super Ego and Drag. I Hit Your Head. 3
I Hit Your Head down.
Right on top. It's Karmic Revival met instantaneously with Doom. Oh, no.
I Hit Your Head with 1 shot there onto Anki. Mid Karmic Revival cast. Good scouting from this front line, and that's Disaster class from Texas A&M. That was so many ultimates used in that fight, and Triton Blue only used the Royal Flush and the Eternal Bond. Sure, double strategist ults, but that's the least of your concerns. 4 more ults online, and you don't have a res. You have to make swaps just to have a composition at all, you're gonna have to mirror this Eternal Bond and then put the weight of the world on Smoke's shoulders with this Kraken impact once more.
Zorai does have a much closer time to getting Raging Royal Flush than Snappy does. Will this be a big difference, Baker? We'll have to wait and see. Push and pull coming in. Eternal Bond is out. So many ultimates all at once. Almost the whole arsenal has been used up, or at least it will be. That's another one. Kraken impact is out. Again, Smoke for the destruction finds impact. Kale Salad now the only one left without an ult. Now the Raging Royal Flush set up and ready for Kale Salad. Can they find the Agamotto? Is there an entry point? They're buying time.
It's gonna be a portal coming out. Kale Salad with a late stagger there onto ZX6R. Dragonman popping that
Agamotto?
final judgment, looking to try and pressure them back. Takes down Anki, and White and Blue are not getting this point despite heroics from Texas A&M. It's just not enough. I Eat Your Head is good with another headshot there into Kale Salad, and it's flipping back Triton Blue's way, and Texas A&M, they risked everything for that point, and they got nothing.
They got nothing, and it seemed like they had won that fight. Portal was expended, and still, they never confirmed it.
Texas A&M are going to have a portal of their own, and I have Agamotto as well. Raging Royal Flush advantage is now null, as both teams are going to have it, and I gotta be honest, I like Triton Blue's chances a little bit more. Raging Royal Flush with some burst damage from the Ensong Inferno. That could be a win con. Hunky is gonna be the hero this time, taking down Dragon early on, and now as the Royal Flush exchange come out, Snappy's gonna hold on to it.
Hit with a hurricane right away. We're not gonna see Ensong Inferno just yet. It's a huge clapback from Texas A&M.
Triton Blue, they realize once they lose that mana advantage, 97%, and Texas A&M have no capture percentage. Snappy opting not to mirror that Raging Royal Flush is smart. That means now they have that advantage this time around, and Texas A&M, they will have scouted that. They will know that for sure, and they're going to have to try and take the initiative on these fights with these duelist ultimates. Anki with the final judgment, maybe pressure Snappy down, but that is scary.
Oh, this is such a close, condensed room. Will this work out well? The answer seems to be yes. That's one Vanguard gone. Plenty more up ahead. Everyone runs away. Back to the spawn we go. Could this have been a great final judgment? Yes. They're stalling so much time. Still, what, 70% needed to catch up?
And 3 ults, and you didn't even get the Royal Flush out, though. That's disastrous. Like, Smoke, you needed to get, like, so much more off of that final judgment. Smoke's gonna have to crack an impact, sure, and we've seen so much heroics from him, but this is beginning to be an insurmountable mountain for even him to climb with this ultimate. You've got Banhammer, Raging Royal Flush, Eye of Agamotto, both duelist ults about to come online. There's just so much. What can Smoke do here?
So much smoke coming out from Anki's side. It's just feeding into the ult percentage off of these strategists down below. What's gonna happen? Eternal Bond any moment from now. What about Eye of Agamotto? Eternal Bond coming from Texas A&M. Counter with an eye. The third one has opened up. I see Nirvana. And through it all, it is a flurry of colors. And through it all, though, it's going to be still survival of the fittest. Smoke and Kale Salad, they remove the back line. I Hit Your Head doesn't find much. And Dragman still has final judgment, but he's nowhere near the point.
And he's nowhere near his friends either. He's got a shield in his face. It's Kale Salad pressuring him back, and you can pull out the shotty, but it doesn't
87.
matter when the daggers of Danak skewering you, turning you into a shish kebab. 90%, and ASU Thanos is going to be the last to fall there. And Texas A&M may have just pulled another miracle out of a hat, and they might win this map if they can get these stragglers out here. There shouldn't be a teleport play from Triton Blue, but there will be that final judgment.
One last attempt. Final judgment is out, and Dragman somehow barely survives off the knife of Eternal Bond. No, excuse me, from the Cloak and Dagger. But no, everybody's falling at once. It's such a desperation play. And Texas A&M even up the series.
We are going to a map number 5, and I got to apologize to Kale Salad specifically because I kept putting the weight of the world on Smoke in a lot of these engagements, but Kale Salad was actually the hero coming through with a Maelstrom of Madness to burst through the Eternal Bond on the side of Triton Blue, and that's good enough to get the advantage in that one crucial fight, that one critical fight, to have that man advantage at that moment when you knew the Royal Flush was on deck and was about to be coming your way, to have that man advantage and to parlay that into a fight win. Texas A&M, they are tenacious. They will not say die, and they will not say goodbye to these playoff dreams just yet. Triton Blue still have one more opportunity to take themselves to the promised land, but I think both teams can feel that promise slipping.
We had a Daredevil band, group band was brought out. Some of our top hitters of the entire set playing on what felt like off picks worked out well for Kale Salad, though. We didn't really know what that secondary pick would be. We've seen some Doctor Strange, we saw a teeny tiny bit of Venom, but this time around, Kale Salad looked amazing on Strange.
Yeah, and it was the heroics on the Doctor Strange that arguably won Texas A&M that entire fight. I mean, sure, we go back to the first point, and it's kind of everybody. It was kind of the scrappiest affair I think I've ever seen, and maybe a little bit of RNG going your favor. You know, maybe someone misstepped somewhere. Either way, you're not going to look that particular gift horse in the mouth, but the second map was all Texas A&M running it back 99-0, all the way back to 100, and a large part of that was Kale Salad getting aggressive on the Doctor Strange, finding the right picks with the Maelstrom at the right time. At this level, as a Vanguard player, you can't be an OTP. Groot can't be your only thing. I think, first of all, I think it's mandatory that everybody, regardless of role, learn Doctor Strange, so I stop having to see some of these bum teleports in my ranked games. Strategist players, looking at myself, honestly, glaring at myself a little bit there, but, you know, you get the group ban and you go over onto the Doctor Strange and you just completely frag out. Like, that's enough to keep Texas A&M alive in the fight, where realistically, they should have been out here. This should have been Triton Blue's map to win. It was 99-99 on both sub maps, and there's a world where this ends up being a 3-1.
It could have been a 3-1, but we're not in that reality, though. That's going to be for a different multiverse. We had seen a lot coming out from Kale. We've beaten the Dragman horse to death at this point, but the fact that Daredevil was banned out, we didn't see a lot of Wolverine potential. We defaulted to the tertiary pick of the Punisher. Didn't really find a lot of impact, really, from either Punisher, if we want to look about Anki and that one final judgment.
I mean, I think Anki did have a fair bit of impact, especially in that last final judgment, but most Punishers, more or less, you know, I would say getting some decent KOs in the neutral and finding some decent value, but not taking over the show in the same way that either the Daredevil or the Winter Soldier from Smoke have been. And sort of siding map is going to be Heart of Heaven. This is where I think things start to get extra interesting, because a lot of the heroes that we have been picking and banning, this is another one where they're all strong, whether it's the Rogue, the Daredevil. The Angela is also really, really strong here. We've seen her both picked and banned in this series previously. To have to worry about all those and then also worry about your Lokis and your Winter Soldiers, there's just too much for any of these one teams to worry about. Something has to get through and someone is going to get the advantage and something has to change. And right away, Triton Blue is going to make a switch. Gambit as the first ban. That's what they think is the real sore spot here.
Gambit ban, Loki ban in return. Okay, making the strategist line a lot more interesting than we had seen in previous matchups.
And we're right away not going to see one or the other. We are going to see Elsa. That's new.
Okay.
So Triton have been the ones who have been this entire time reaching for that Elsa ban first and foremost, but now because they go for the Gambit instead, Elsa is left on the field. If you want to take down one of the most OP heroes, you're going to have to deal with another. That's just how the ban system works, and Texas A&M didn't waste a moment going for that. That's confidence. That's a bit rough.
Vanpool reserved out, not the Daredevil. This is the opportunity for Triton to seriously harm what Texas A&M could bring out. There are a few different options that we could see for a ban here. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all option for this particular one, but going for the Gru, I don't think it's bad. It's going to force Kale Salad over to the Doctor Strange.
And I don't think you really care to try and ban out the Winter Soldier at this stage because, you know, you saw the Elsa go through. They're going to put Smoke on that Elsa instead. Like, Winter Soldier, I think, was the backup plan. And speaking of backup plans, we're going to have to see Drag going back to one of his, as Daredevil is going to be banned again. Failing to protect that, prioritize the Vanpool over that may bite Triton Blue in the end here.
Okay.
And an Invis will protect as well, so even if the Wolverine comes through, you have that hard counter as well with the Force Physics.
That's right. Anticipation, too, if that final ban from Triton's side would be a strategic ban. Possibly even Texas's last one's also a strat ban. A Spider-Man Protect in the good year of our Lord 26. Sure, man.
Did we hand the controller over to YWL? Is that what happened here? Like, is Jitward in the lobby right now? Is like, or did we get really sticky guy's scholarship? What happened? Is there another unknown Spider-Man? Oh, and the Namor ban as well.
No. Do you think we'll see a penny?
I don't think we see. I don't think we see a penny here because that's just ult fodder for the Vanpool. I think the Rogue ban is pretty smart. That does kind of, you know, snuff out the overall dive and limit the amount of things that can go in with that Spider-Man if that's what Triton Blue want to play. But this is spicy. Okay, so Dragmit does have the Lord Spider-Man icon, and the animated one at
Yep,
that.
max level.
Gotta give a golf clap for that. And we've seen him occasionally reach for this hero, but only in times of desperation for like OT pushes or for weird like off meta kind of catch your opponent off guard kind of situations. This is the first time that we're gonna see him committed to this pick and show us why Texas A&M kept reaching for that ban.
Thanos on the Angel as well. We're seeing Triton Blue go all in on the dive. Nemora's banned out. Not a lot of hard utility that could be a great counter from Triton's side. But Elsa on that smoke, you were completely right, CB. I really want to see what Smoke can bring to the table here. On the
I think
strongest hero in the game.
Yeah, bar none. And I think that even if you are playing a full dive, it's something you have to be afraid of because the snare is a good counter dive tool. The just raw damage from the monster piercer, also a good counter dive tool. It's easy to not want to get up in an Elsa's face if you can take your face clean off with one buckshot. Like, you don't want that smoke from Smoke, I can tell you that much.
All right, now or never moment, 2-2 now. Final map to see which of these teams can make it into playoffs for NECC. Fragment on the Spider-Man. A pick that we had some concerns about early on, but we know, again, max level. Should be able to find plenty of impact here. But what can they find early on to help out? Oh my god, okay.
How?
Sure.
How does that even hit?
Sure.
Put some pep in my step.
Actual plot armor.
Okay, well, missing a couple of shots there, and it's pushed away. I think got hit with a snare as well.
All right, worthwhile delayed trade. Sure, I'll take it. Drumex is gone as well. Texas A&M losing strats very early on. That's a great double KO off the hands of this duality between Super Ego's Vampool and the Angela.
It's going to be Anki looking to try and come back in and get some damage done, but we'll find plenty of damage just going in the wrong direction. That's going to be one tick, potentially two. Dio trying to set up for the teleport play. Is this going to be in time to deny the third? It looks like it might be, but it's going to be a scramble onto the point here. Good force physics from Triton to try and deny it, but Texas A&M will arrive all the same.
Imagine now Banhammer should be coming out from Super Ego almost immediately as soon as they're able to. Not quite the case. Smoke has to be careful not to overextend. Sees the dead pool in the distance. Must be aware that Banhammer could be a possibility. Needs to stay engaged in these fights.
Smoke trying to control that high ground as well. SU Thanos keeping him in check. Good breathing shot there onto the back line. You can't let Smoke have that. Good invis step there. Oh no, gets caught out again. Guard against shield just to try and stay alive. If Smoke can find that onto ZX6R, that might be over.
Yeah, good delay. Even then, just taking Smoke out of the fight temporarily, not focusing on the main crowd. Apex Predator is available. Buckshot does not find much impact. Once again, Texas A&M, despite having that Elsa, they fall.
It's just that blitzkrieg. They want to go fast. They want to hit you before you have a chance to react, and they're doing a good job of it. Although there is a little bit more coming from Texas A&M's side than we did see on Hell's Heaven, so I wouldn't count them out just yet. But nevertheless, Triton Blue getting that first point unlocked is already the first major hurdle cleared, and Texas A&M making some more swaps. Kale Salad over onto that Doctor Strange, not for the TP, but in the neutral, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, especially once we start to get down to an OT situation, but that is a problem for 4 minutes in the future. You gotta bleed down every second just to get there.
Heaven's Retribution to an Ensong Inferno could be a very dastardly move coming out from Triton Blue's attack. Under the bridge too, perfect choke spot.
Good Sonic detonation, but Trumanix getting taken down there. Triton Blue looking to win this one. Good Apex Predator coming out from Smoke, but there's just not enough damage to follow up, and it's not going to be enough, and Triton Blue will handily win that fight off the back of just some stray damage coming in from the backline. I believe it was ZX6R that ends up finding that one. Dragamit following up with the spectacular spin, and Triton Blue win that fight about as economically as you possibly can, and now Texas A&M are once again forced to make swaps, swapping Dio over onto the thing just to try and keep Dragament in check, but I'm still not fully convinced that's the biggest problem. It's also going to be good against ASU Thanos, but you got to worry about I hit your head on this flank right now. That's up for Anki to try and deal with, but a flanking Ensong.
Everything brought out at once. Ensong out on top of the Heaven's Retribution. You had Banhammer as well. Anki landing directly on what seems like a landmine. Shields in place, and Anki, again, after postmortem, wants to find another Ensong Inferno to help confirm onto things. Again, P2 almost confirmed. Texas A&M, they have to find a way to hold it all down, and they are struggling. Another invisible boundaries out underway. Kale Sawa does have an Eye of Agamotto. Agamoto once it dissipates, but Eternal Bond is out. The stall for more time. And Song Inferno's out. A snipe underway. Does not find much. But that's going to be almost all the ults from Texas A&M expelled. And we're close to an Apex Predator. But for what purpose?
It looks like that Apex Predator is not going to be coming out to play anytime soon. 74%, so we'll be on deck for next fight, but this is already disastrous for Texas A&M Maroon. That right there, that point that we just crossed is where you want to draw the line in the sand as a defender on this map, because you end up at a stalemate where neither team can get past it unless they're able to win the fight decisively. Well, unfortunately, Triton Blue win that fight decisively. Sure, they have to expend their ults to do it, but they have 3.5 minutes in the time bank to get them all back and then some, threatening the full cap here unless Texas A&M can find another miracle somewhere.
Smoke has swapped off the Elsa back onto the Winter Soldier. Wants to rely on that Kraken impact and the hard CC damage that could be applied. But through the Eternal Bond again, everyone's racking up their ultimate percentage. I like what we're seeing from I Hit Your Head and Song Inferno set up and ready to go, but dragged through the pull. The great removal coming out from Smoke was so good. Dragman on the Punk Spider is looking for a chance to go for the spectacular spin.
He's gonna have it, and Invisible Boundary will be on deck. I think your best case scenario is use the spectacular spin to bait out the Invisible Boundary, but Smoke is gonna be keeping his head on a swivel. Has been so good with the hooks. If he can hit one on a Spidey, that could put a stop to it all. There's the Invisible Boundary coming out, and Smoke has his sights set on the enemy backline, and Dragman is more than well handled by Dio.
Oh man, well handled. Definitely a great way to put it. Kale? 82%, close to getting that Eye of Agamotto. We're not seeing the convoy make nearly as much progress as before. Like you mentioned, line in the sand, Texas A&M are using this choke so well to their defensive advantage, but I'm worried about that ult buildup from Triton.
Yeah, it's not the best place to draw that line in the sand, though. Maybe the second best or third if you count, first point, but Triton Blue, like you said, that ult bank, it's starting to get scary. Heaven's Retribution to open the gate, and Ensong Inferno is not a great defensive utility, and it's not going to work.
Look at that coordination out. So many ults used. Yeah, but look at that. It just wiped the entirety of Texas A&M.
Dio gonna die on point there. Stall out the cart just a little bit longer. We're under 2 minutes here, so the time bank is starting to look a little bit more manageable, and you do still have your Vanguard ultimate, so you can try and slow the pace here, but you're up against 2 Strategist ultimates. Best case scenario, this fight goes long. You can bleed the time bank under a minute. Maybe you end up winning the fight if you're able to build up to your own Eternal Bond or one of your Duelist ultimates, but it's still a tall order for Texas A&M, and all they have to do if you're Triton Blue, or all you have to do is, well, what Super Ego just did, take down Anki with the Deagles.
Try to remove crosshairs, put them up into the sky. Agamotto was out, and I Hit Your Head from above. It's going to be hard to find that range if you're not on hit scan. Eternal Bond is out. I Hit Your Head plays for survivability. One player falls. That's your Invisible Woman. You're forced to go for the peel.
It was Kale Salad, again, finding 3 in that fight, but the most important one was the one you called out, the Invis Woman. CX6R holding on to that ultimate, and that was after Snappy had already used the Eternal Bond, so you effectively just nullified that double strategist ultimate advantage. You did have to use your own Eternal Bond, but if you can get Drumnix up to an Invisible Boundary of your own, you can mirror it. CX6R are going to try and go fast, though.
Invisible Barrier. They've used a little too early. 45 seconds left on the clock. 97%. Smoke looking for Kraken impact. Could absolutely find it here with very little strategist ult on the bay.
Fragment 90% to the spectacular spin. And Hammer coming out early on. Super Ego is looking for the opportunity. Anki has been taken out by a Hit Your Head. The uppercut's coming through. Dragman kept in check. Kale Salad will burst him down, but his backline has already done the very same. Dio is going to be sliced and diced. Who knew katanas could cut through rocks? 18 seconds left. I don't know if Texas A&M can go for a touch here, but Anki is going to use the flip just to try and get the touch there, but it's not going to be enough. 12 seconds left, but Triton Blue still find the cap here.
Wow, unbelievable work from Triton Blue. Again, just having the ult management and working well to coordinate the 3 ults, together was fantastic to see. Love the fact that we got to see Angela's Heaven Retribution on top of the Phoenix and Song Inferno with a little smidge of Banhammer from Deadpool right on top there. It completely collapsed Texas A&M. That proverbial, third line in the sand completely washed away, and we didn't see Texas A&M find their footing again.
And I think a large part of it comes back to the fact that they didn't bleed out as much time on point B as they realistically should have. Like, I'd shudder to say, like, 50%, if not 90% of carts on Heart of Heaven stall out on point B, where you get both of those spawns pretty much right staring at each other, right? Like, it's the easiest walk back. It's so hard to be able to break through, but Triton Blue break through, and it kind of forces Texas A&M to make desperation plays, go super aggressive, try and play forward and stop Triton Blue from getting any momentum. And then Dio just gets caught in that invisible boundary. ZX6R does a great job catching him out there, and that one elim just staggers or it starts to snowball out of control, and Triton Blue were able to get the whole cap off the back of that, and they set the bar now for Texas A&M, who are interestingly enough flashing an Adam Warlock on the attacker side. I'm not sure if I like that for Anki, but nevertheless, it's what we're coming out with, and I guess maybe you're less afraid of a defensive Spider-Man, so you can try and play a little bit more hidden and breathe a little bit more easy, but even still, I would like this more on the defense, but we gotta play with the hand we're dealt.
I'm happy you mentioned that too. The bans and reserves, we saw the Spider-Man reserve and then the more ban. That was certainly set up for Triton Blue to ensure that they would win their attacking side. This is the side I'm worried about. Their defense, not nearly as dive heavy, and neither is Texas now that they're on the attack. This will be a much bigger brawl fest. Snappy does get the resurrect on the ZX, that's the BRB out. More and more bodies are beginning to somewhat be chipped away, but not enough to fall just yet. As I say that though, this could be the end of Dragman, but not quite. He gets away out of dodge, but the same cannot be said for that cloak and dagger.
Gonna be taken down there by Smoke. Was rezzed up by the BRB previously, but forced to be split, and it was just that cloak and dagger and the Star-Lord off on an off angle, and
hello.
Our feet is frozen. Not the best time for us to be staring at adorable nerd cats, I assume.
What do you mean?
That's
Texas A&M.
That's Adams. I sure hope not. I sure hope they look a little bit more intimidating than that. I mean, a good early start to that fight for Texas A&M. Hopefully we can get back into the action sooner rather than later. I suspect Texas A&M, barring some heroics from Triton Blue, should be able to get back in there, but oh, this is a bad time for an observer to have a game crash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately our observer crashed. It happens. Yeah, that sucks. So
yeah, sure does.
So I guess, it gives us a little bit more time to go for the Gooey podcast. The fact that we're not seeing nearly as much dive potential coming out from either team now that we swap sides, I think will be a very contentious point as we get possibly past the convergence. I'm very curious to see if that speed can be caught up from Texas's side.
I would agree. I think that, on the defensive side for Heart of Heaven, you're less likely to try and go for that dive, and I'm glad you also did bring that up, especially when you're not going up against the Namor. But still, like, the geometry, even though it's technically flipped, is more or less going to be the same, and once we get into point B, I think there's a lot of angles that you can still play and leverage with the Spider-Man. If we can get there, to me it looks like it was about to happen, because Triton Blue, they got split pretty hard. There was that early frag from Anki onto ZX69 that forced the BRB, and just kind of left the Cloak and Dagger stuck, split away from the rest of the team, while meanwhile Dio and the gang are going in super deep to try and take down Super Ego, and nearly succeeding, and then you could even see, like, Smoke be like, oh, there's a cloak over here just by yourself. I'm like, let me just go have it that real quick, and does end up finding the Elim at the back end of that. So, Triton Blue had lost their Cloak and Dagger twice, and no more BRBs, and their front line at that point was in shambles, and from the looks of it, they managed to find the cap and nearly get through point B already.
Oh, wow. A lot of distance being made now.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. I got flipped. They just now... No, they did nearly get through point B.
Yeah, no, things have been looking pretty good for Texas A&M here. Triton Blue, again, they've set up their bans and reserves being mostly attacker-sided. They have 4 ultimates to work with here. Not too far off, though, from having ASU Thanos back now on the Angela, 2 getting themselves Heaven's Retribution, and Song Inferno. I Hit Your Head could also be a good combo tool. I think it really comes down to when does Eternal Bond and the Galactic Legend come out.
Triton Blue, I mean, it's the same, though, on the other side, though. This is where you want to draw that line in the sand, and if you're Texas A&M, you have to try and win this fight with time. Good shutdown onto Dragmint there before the Galactic Legend comes out. Anki with that Soul Bond to help that forward march, holding on to that Karmic Revival, but playing pretty far forward. It's pretty dangerous, and now with Drummondix gone, you want to go for that res. It's going to be on the point, scouted out by the Angela. Anki is not going to be around to see the fruits of his labor, but I do believe the res come through.
Oh my god, and Song Inferno. Oh, I thought maybe he could hit the Karma hole. Not quite, though. Invisible Boundary instead. Plenty of ultimates used up at once. A Galactic Legend, which I had thought would come out earlier, not quite the case, comes out now and finds a wealth of damage, but no confirmed KOs. There's a magical force being called Cloak and Dagger and healing everybody under the sun as Strubix gets a double KO.
Good use of the iframes there from Dragamit to be able to live through the Eye of Agamotto, but unfortunately his compatriots were not quite so lucky. And just like I said, Texas A&M, they do exactly what they need to do. They win through that point with time. 3:16 in the time bank, and if they can keep this one going, as Kale Salad very much so wants to do, they could send us into extra innings here, and that's the only way they stay in this fight here. Thanos threatening with that Heaven's Retribution, and Texas A&M drained the bank to try and get that all-important point B cap, so they may need to concede at least this first fight here.
It's the only way they stay in playoffs for NECC. It comes down to a single point, a single side. Heaven's Retribution is down, and through it all, there's more ultimates pressuring away. I hit your head, forced to relegate back over to their own spawn. Super Ego's looking for a way in. Banhammer needs to come out now. Get rid of at least one player for the fight. Insane movement tech coming out from Ego's side. But an Eternal Bond forcing the distance back. Maybe an Ensong Inferno forced out much earlier than one had hoped. I Hit Your Head says, no, I'm not going to do that. I will force my way back up, go for left clicks out of the wazoo. The Triton Blue, they've stocked up. They're ready for the nuclear option. 4 ultimates to work off of now. Plenty of KOs to be found. Smoke now back onto the Elsa. Does have Apex Predator, not used yet.
Cocoon was used there from Anki as well, so this next fight, he's going to have to play super safe to try and get this Karmic Revival off. And here's why I don't really like the Atom on the attacking side, is because that Karmic Revival, it's great for buying time, but not so great when the clock is against you. And I think he knows that as well. He's going to swap over onto the Punisher. I wasn't so sure we'd see a Penny. Okay, Dio was on the Penny for a brief second there, but swapping over on the Thing, I think I like that a lot better, helping to keep ASU Thanos in check. Kale Salad trying to walk forward and look for something, another opportunity. Maybe we can make something out of this Eye of Agamotto.
Agamotto here would be huge. You could promote that into maybe an Apex Predator, get everybody off the point, fight for space. The KOs, that would be great, but you really just need space more than anything else. Clobbering time out, underway. Eye of Agamotto forcing out all the strategist ults. There is going to be an invisible boundary that hasn't been used yet. That could be an ace in the hole for Texas A&M. They certainly need it, but they're getting that payload closer.
Speaking of invisible boundaries, the one from Snappy was an ultimate fumble. There were already 2 members dead, and it's just a little bit too shy to stop the damage from coming through from that Apex Predator. So Triton Blue, their best defensive tool is now gone. They're gonna have a Eternal Bond as well, but
that's Eternal Bond out! Banhammer on top! And now Ensong Inferno has to do something! It's just inches away from confirming into overtime! Finally now, a Phoenix from the sky, landing down, backlight, it hits a wall! That's not what you want! You hit your head! Oh, but it keeps
Kale
on
Salad
going.
with the heroics, just jumping up with the shield, and that's gonna be the cap with 33 seconds. We're going to extra innings on Heart of Heaven! Texas A&M. I mean, I gotta give it to that fumble from Triton Blue on that invisible boundary, but Texas A&M sees the moment, sees their opportunity, and for as much as we hype up Smoke in these clutch moments, Kale Salad is really stepping up, especially with that Ensong Inferno that you were calling out. He heard that from a mile away, jumped up, put the shield of the Seraphim right in her face and said, not today. We are capping this point. We're going to extra innings. Texas A&M Maroon is not out just yet. We still have our playoff hopes alive. Triton Blue, what do you got? You're first up on the attacking side.
Kale Salad has slowly but surely become the MVP of this series in my book. The way that they've been able to control the macro and help the team guide the victory has been nothing short of impressive. Of course, their Groot's been banned out. They took the longest to pick their hero. They're going back to the Doctor Strange. I wouldn't expect anything less. But Triton Blue is back on the attack, and their dive was scary.
Yeah, but Texas A&M, I was talking about the Adam Warlock, how much I like that more on the defense. Are they going to be able to successfully hide Anki from Dragamint? That, I think, is going to be the key, because a Karmic Revival could drain this 121 time bank down to nil if it comes out in time, and Dragamint could very easily shut that down with a couple of swift uppercuts. I think with a triple strategist lineup, you're not as worried as long as the peeling is there, but it's still something that you cannot risk.
for defense, this is a very tough to peel site. There's really nowhere to go that's comfortable, but immediately Thanos discovers where this Adam Warlock is at. They're fighting for above top vertical control to ensure that they don't have to be on that ground level. They want to take an isolated fight, and Thanos is the first to fall.
Triton Blue, that's not something that you can afford, as we're only 30 seconds left in the time bank, and ASU Thanos gonna make a swap over onto the Doctor Strange early on. Surely we're not going for a portal play already. No, that can't be the play.
No, it's very nerve-wracking.
He's standing still. He's gonna go for a portal play.
No, there it is! Portal up above! No vertical control! Smoke is waiting
It's all
around.
or nothing for Triton
the
Blue.
Isolation. Wait, Smoke's out of the fight! Is this a distraction tech? Is this just lucky happenstance? Terror Cape is out. Smoke can't see a dang thing. Forced to fight two rabbits and he loses them both. Even though Super Eagle does take down Trumix, there's a chance. An attempt. Overtime is underway. I hit your head. Attempts to escape and is unable to do so. Dragman is going faster than the speed of sound. They get back onto the point. No spectacular spin. No heart to beat. Zix the same. And it's not looking good.
And maybe, just maybe, for Triton Blue, the lights are a little too bright right now. They can feel their playoff dreams slipping away as Texas A&M will not die. They will not go away. That early swap off of the Angela and onto the Doctor Strange and going for an early portal play with 30 seconds left, it's an all or nothing gambit. You either win that fight or it's over, and it was over. It's still drawable, but that's the only way that Triton Blue can stay alive right now. If you're Texas A&M, you can't celebrate too soon. You have to temper your expectations. You have to make magic happen one more time, as you only have about a minute and a half to do it. But that is a minute and a half more than Triton Blue have. The ball could not be more in your court.
Tend to lost souls.
Rumix moves away from the Invisible Woman into the rocket. Of course, that could change once the spawn door opens. Not a lot of firepower outside of the Vanpool and Smoke. Kale Salad, of course, has been great on confirms for KOs this entire series. Texas A&M, they're pretty stacked up here.
Triton Blue are going to mirror. Snappy is on the Adam Warlock, and with that healing, bro is going to get mighty snappy. But is he going to get the res off in time is the question for me. Texas A&M didn't even need it because Triton Blue just gave up that one crucial pick and made the swap. So it was never even a factor, and I'm wondering if maybe Triton Blue are looking at what Texas A&M were playing and they're trying to reinvent the wheel. They're trying to say, okay, well, we have no choice. We have to do what worked for them. Meanwhile, Texas A&M, Drumanix on the Jeff. I think that might just be for speed bubbles. Okay, he's going to swap back over onto the Invis Woman. Texas A&M, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So now or never moment now. Playoff survivability comes down to this overtime. I hit your head. Trying to hold this upper vertical position. They saw this tech coming out from Texas's defense as well. Forced it back off immediately though. Soul Bond from Snappy's side will help with the heals, but losing control very quick. Not the domination point, but losing that verticality does not help.
Down Snappy. Gonna be a cocoon there, but that's gonna take time, and it's gonna put him in a different location, somewhere you probably don't want to be. And Triton Blue do a good job of not conceding too much space while that cocoon goes off, but that is a major resource already burned. 37 seconds left in the time bank. And Smoke, he got a little greedy, and I hit your head, takes him down.
Focus on now. Banhammer underway, forcing all of Triton Blue into a very far corner of the site. That's not the domination point. Some people are on, some people are off. It's just a matter of confirming a single tick in OT for that playoff spot.
So close, they can feel it. They want it so badly. They're able to take down one, but they need so much more than that. Theo letting the katana sing, trying to take down the Doctor Strange on the other side, but ASU Thanos holding on. Kale Salad goes in deep with the Eye of Agamotto, strikes at the backside, and Texas A&M have seemingly done it. With that, their playoff dreams are still alive, and Triton Blues will go up in smoke.
Wonderful work from Texas A&M from a very, very scary start to the series all the way to Game 5. They have done a fantastic job to bring things back, have a great macro level read down to the smallest itty-bitty micro bits about what exactly Triton Blue were doing right and wrong, and they figured out the best plays to move on forward and get that win con.
Yeah, the best plays indeed, and what they were doing right, what they were doing wrong. There were a couple of mistakes, a couple of slip-ups, and like I said, I think the lights were just a little bit too bright for Triton Blue. Whether it was that invisible boundary that was just a couple of inches off the mark and a couple of seconds too late, or whether it was losing your Adam Warlock too soon, forced to be playing that composition in an uncomfortable situation regardless, something that you hadn't shown all series long, something you had not practiced, to be the second one to that punch just reeks of desperation. And and losing those crucial members early on in that fight, letting Texas A&M get their momentum back in their favor and failing to snuff it out when you had no other option. There was a world where that was drawable. Smoke got so greedy and got checked by I Hit Your Head. The duelist head-to-head in this matchup was peak from top to bottom, but it wasn't the duelist that decided it. It was Kale Salad with that Eye of Agamotto, getting exactly what you could want, going straight into the back line, catching every single strategist, and the damage was there. And Texas A&M, when playoffs roll around, they too will be there.
Always a good reminder that we have to eat our kale salads and eat more vegetables. That being said, though, playoffs for at least one of these teams have been secured, and I think this is our last NECC broadcast for us, at least.
It's our last one together.
Yeah.
I've like I said, I'm being laid off, or handing in my resignation, depending on perspective, or Adam's perspective specifically. It's a great one to get to go off on.
Yeah.
I'm very happy that I get a 5-map banger that goes up to the wire as my last series here with NECC. It's been a blast all night long. It's been a blast all season long. And I can't wait to see what these teams do in playoffs. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this, and I think I know who some of my favorites are going to be, especially here in Division 2. How can you not root for Texas A&M after a performance like that?
It was an undeniable performance. It looked amazing. But guess what? There's a whole lot more than just Marvel Rivals when it comes to NECC. And with playoffs happening next week, we have so much more content for you guys to enjoy. We have Rocket League and Rainbow Six tomorrow, League of Legends on Thursday, Overwatch is on Friday, and of course, like we already said, playoffs next week. You could live your entire life for the rest of your life, and there'll be much more NECC every single day.
That's something that you can count on. You can take it to the bank, just like you can take Texas A&M all the way. I fumbled that so bad. Just like you can take Texas A&M all the way. Yeah, it's getting up here on midnight, and I got work in the morning. It's time to go to sleep. You can rest easy, Texas A&M. You have made it. I think Triton are probably going to have a rough time sleeping tonight, but can you really blame them after a series like that? Great one to go out on. Great way to close out the evening. And thank you guys all for having me here on NECC. It's been a blast all season long.
Absolutely. We'll see you all very soon.
Go on myself. I'm cold, still stainless.